that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Brian Koberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I've never got an email back yet. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Make sure you hit that like button as you are coming into the stream. It is Monday, 3/11 of 2024. Hold on, let me make sure it's Monday. Did I sleep too long? No, okay. It's Monday, March 11th again of 2024. I'm lost in my days because of stuff I've been doing. But anyways, shout out to everybody who was coming by. It is again day 10. No answers in the Madeline Soto case. During this podcast, we will go over something. Right, we'll go over a podcast that I want to listen to that came out today. We will take phone calls, and maybe at the end of the show, we'll talk about some other cases that have piqued my interest. But that'll be at the very end. Okay, that'll be at the very end. We are going to focus again, day 10, Madeline Soto, no arrest in the case. We know that Stephen Stearns is in jail right now, but we've been getting pictures of Jenn's car with evidence tape on it. And, a lot of reports are coming out that police are now saying no comment again about when asked if Jenn is a suspect. Now, I find that interesting just for the simple fact that before they said 100% not at this time. And that's what they told a lot of these media outlets that are reaching out. Anybody in the public, if you're reaching out or inquiring, you'll get the same answer yourself. So if you try that, find that out. What's going on, Diane? Welcome to the stream. It is nice to see you. Mucka77, nice to see you. Jan, is that your name? Jan Eyes Godly. Well, love the name. Shout out to you. Just Debbie, nice to see you. You guys ready to you guys ready to dive into this? There's some stuff I want to talk about again at the end of this stream. Sebastian Rogers, a missing 15-year-old boy, autistic little boy, man. Come on. We got to get that story out there. This kid is missing again. There is some inconsistencies in a few things that I took a look at, but again, that's a story. Elijah View, there's some stories again that we have to talk about at the end of this, but that's not going to be for a while. So let's lock into this podcast. Let's listen to some details, and then I'm gonna open up the lines right after this, and we'll get into phone calls. What's going on, Sims? Nice to see you. Deanne, nice to see you. Flower Power, nice to see you.
Simply that. Opinions. All are presumed innocent until proven otherwise in a court of law. Sensitive topics are discussed. Discretion is advised.
February 25th should have been a great day for Madeline Soto, her 13th birthday, celebrating a new phase in her life, becoming a teenager. There was a party, but her mother, Jenn Soto, could not make it. But her mother's live-in boyfriend was there, Stephen Stearns, a man who had been in Madeline's life for at least a couple of years. In fact, Jenn referred to him as Madeline's stepfather, even though they were not married. The next day, Jenn and Stephen say Stephen gave Madeline a ride to school. They also say Madeline was embarrassed and did not want to get dropped off in front of the school, so she was dropped off at a church parking lot less than half a mile away. That's the last time they say anyone had contact with her.
Oh yeah, also too, I have again, I called it Darker Than the Darkest, the unfortunate case of Madeline Soto. And I've been working on this one closely, right? I've been working on it real closely, and it should be dropping very soon. I've showed you some of it last time, but I had to go back in and change a lot of different things that I'm working on within this project. Okay. A lot of stuff in here. Like, this is the stuff that I've been working on. I'm just going to show you guys because it's going to come out in a video format, but this is how we build it. This is how we build it. I built the whole entire story on this. It will be on the channel as a docu-series. This one is going to be definitely a little longer than it usually is when I drop the videos. Usually they're about 10 minutes. I think this one will be 15 or 20. But there's just a lot of stuff to cover within this story. When you look at the details and different things that are going on, I try to cover everything that was talked about within the case. You know what I mean? Everything. I had to go back in and re-advise this because new information came out, but I can't wait for you guys to see that project.
Investigators say the evidence paints a much different picture. They claim they have evidence of Stearns dumping Madeline's laptop and backpack in a dumpster and have images of Madeline dead inside Stearns' car.
Kansas Gal, welcome to the stream.
Madeline never made it to school and was found 4 days later in some brush 17 miles from their home in Kissimmee, Florida. Stearns was arrested after images of Madeline being sexually assaulted were allegedly found on his phone, some dating back to when Madeline was just 11. But at this point, there have been no charges related to her death. Tonight, we take a closer look at the story told by Madeline's mother, then take a look at the recovery scene. What will this autopsy reveal?
And again, I'm glad he's talking about the autopsy, because when it comes to autopsies, usually one can expect testing to take at least 15 weeks to get the results, and then it could be expected for autopsy reports to be finalized soon thereafter, unless there are other factors involved that cause delay. Now, I don't know if that's what's going on here. Is there factors involved within Madeline Soto that is causing a delay in the investigation? Because think about it. Day 10, we're at a halt right now. There's no answers, right? We're not getting no answers. As far as when it comes to details in this case, we know that Stephen Stearns was seen on camera. We obviously know that, with her body in the vehicle. But again, it's at a stall 10 days in, and I think it's because they're investigating mom. But again, I could be wrong.
All this as we investigate the tragic life and death
I heard too,
of Madeline Soto.
How you doing, Jersey?
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you for joining us tonight. It's just not fair.
Absolutely not.
It's not fair what happened to this little girl. It's beyond outrageous. Tough life. She's being tortured. She was being tortured. The allegations are that this was going on for years, this sexual abuse in this home, and it's not stopping.
Aaron.
You know, why didn't it stop? Why didn't someone step in? Why didn't anyone know? A lot of questions tonight, but the bottom line to all of this, she only lived to her 13th birthday, and it's not fair what happened to her. Now, let's talk about Mr. Accidental Factory Reset Stearns over here.
Accidental Factory Reset Stearns. Why does this sound familiar? Maybe we heard this already, but then again, I don't know. Did we hear this already? Says it just came out.
I mean, this is the guy.
Sounds
He's
familiar.
in custody now because of what was on his phone. The phone that he accidentally did a factory reset on the day that this little girl disappeared. Like, come on. Does he really think everyone is that stupid? Like, you can't put two and two together?
I heard this, I swear.
And by the way, how do you accidentally reset your phone? How do you do that?
I've seen it. I definitely
explain it to me, please. I'd like to understand how that can be done accidentally. But I don't believe.
He said what that monster did to her sick, or to her sick, that poor child. My heart hurts. Yeah, no doubt.
Even coincidences.
And that's why, again, I keep pausing it, but again, that's why we're here today. That's why we're here today. We're gonna wait for some answers to come out. We're not getting no answers. What's going on? Again, it may take time, But again, there's no arrest charges, and that is bothering me. Like not even against Stephen Stearns. Okay, if you're investigating mom, cool, but I mean, we obviously know he's not getting out with what he was caught with, right? We know that's not happening. So they know they got him in a place where he's not going nowhere. They don't have to worry about him being a flight risk because he's not getting the hell out of there. He's not. It's just not happening. So that leaves me to believe that there is a curtain open on the mom, and they are just waiting for something to come through. What it is, I can't tell you, but maybe if you listen to that phone call that we had with Rome, who called in, who was an officer in NY or in New York and in Florida, from what I gathered, he said, because a lot of people have been hitting me up about the police officer that called in. Shout out to Rome, from New York and Florida, said he, served in both, but he had some great insight on the show. And if you haven't heard that phone call and you haven't heard, the breakdown of the things that he was talking about, it's a very thought-provoking phone call that we had during last stream.
I just don't. Most of the time, they do not bear out. You can put pieces together.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
And all the cases and the trials we cover on Court TV, all these little circumstances, all these facts, you start putting them together, and it leads in one direction. And that's what's happening here.
Jenny, I appreciate you.
And the question is, what happened? What happened to this little girl? When was she murdered? Where was she murdered? How was she murdered?
And that is another question that I want to know, Vinny. Where was she murdered? Why was she murdered? Did mom know that she was murdered at 8 a.m. when she said she seen her getting dressed? Did mom know that? Did mom have any inkling of a thought, or did Stefan know, or did they both know? That's what we want to know, because those statements from the interviews that mom is making pisses us off as a community. Now, I know that there's a small percentage of people out there, right, that are like, oh, lay off mom. And, you guys are throwing around these accusations. And it's like, come on, stop it. Stop it. Please look at the interviews yourself and listen to those inconsistencies. When I have these conversations, and I love having these respectful conversations with people that are like, leave the mom alone. You're throwing out all these accusations. First of all, this is a thought-provoking platform where I love to listen to not only the community talk about their thoughts and opinions, but when you're hearing over 90% or at least 90% of people that believe this mother is involved in this case, which in my heart, I believe allegedly. And again, if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is absolutely not true. And I will say that till I'm blue in the face. And if I'm wrong, I will also apologize on behalf of the Rep Gang family that, hey, we just want answers. And not only do we want answers, we've seen the inconsistencies. So what are the reasons for those inconsistencies? Why are you lying on camera to a news station and none of your shit's adding up with what you're telling law enforcement? Why is that being reported? And why are you saying you seen her at 8 a.m., but allegedly he's seen at 7:35 a.m. dumping shit? So what is going on here? Like, who is lying? Was she covering up for him? Was she told by him to say certain things? Did they not think that this interview would circulate around the internet to us sleuths who will sit and break the shit down every stream for 30 days straight until we get answers? Welcome. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We will do that shit. We will go live every day and talk about this case until there is some conclusion to the end of this shit. I don't care what anybody thinks. Point blank, period. Madeline Soto deserves justice, and we deserve to know as a community that she's getting that justice. And that's why we are following this case so closely. Let's go.
Those questions have not been answered yet publicly. There's an autopsy. Hopefully that autopsy will reveal a lot of that information. And when I say information, I mean evidence, because every piece of information is evidence in this case. Because this just can't happen without someone being held accountable.
Annie, you said, I feel the police should reveal info due to she was killed. Sheriff said so. I have an 8-year-old granddaughter who lives there. Is there a pedo ring? Hello, public needs to know. Again, that brings us back to that Rick phone call. Yeah, me and Steven were in a fucking ring. That's what he said. Go listen to it. Whether it was a troll or not, he said it a night before that there was a pedo ring bust. I mean, shit, I don't know how this ends up happening with a lot of cases that I'll cover, but somebody ends up calling in and it ends up being weird, right? Like you get those weird callers like, yeah, I knew him. I knew who he was, and they just call up and let shit out. And it's crazy. I'm glad you brought up the pedo ring. That's what happened the day after the Rick phone call. The pedo ring got busted.
For what happened to Madeline. The other thing that's confusing me tonight is mom, Madeline's mother. What's her story? What exactly is her story?
We want to know.
What is she saying? What has she said? What does it mean? I mean, I don't have a clear picture yet. And obviously she's not talking anymore.
Absolutely.
Investigators are gathering up their evidence and information, so we don't know everything.
They don't owe us shit.
But we're going to try to learn a lot more tonight.
And that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying the police owe us anything. But what I'm saying is when those documents hit, we will get them. When documents and information comes out, we will get them. I'm not saying for police to blow their investigation because, you know what I mean? Like people, I don't think people are saying that. We know that there's an investigation going on. But again, it's almost like you got to follow up. There's no charges. 10 days later, no charges even filed against Stephen Stearns for, murder. So who murdered her? She ended up dead somehow. Did you drug her? Did you poison her? Were you jealous of her? I mean, that's the questions that we want to know as the people. Was somebody jealous? She died for a reason. Somebody took her life. It's weird. Or did she take her own life and they concealed it? Allegedly. That's all the theories running around in the community. Good afternoon.
So let's start with
see you. California,
what we know right now about mom's story. And it begins, let's take a look at the arrest affidavit. This is the arrest of Mr. Accidental Factory Reset. On February 26, 2024, approximately 2,000 hours, Madeline Soto, 13-year-old, was reported missing by her mother. The mother advised her daughter's stepfather, Stephen Stearns, picked her up from home and dropped her off at Hunters Creek Middle School. The mother then went to pick up Madeline from school at dismissal and learned that Madeline never showed up for school. So that's when she finds out. She goes to pick her up at the end of the day. That's when she finds out her daughter is missing. Stepdad dropped her off at school.
We'll hear about that more.
We know she's spoken publicly because this began as a missing persons case.
An hour and 25 minutes.
And when she spoke with WFTV 9 down in Orlando on March 5th, or actually a report from WFTV on March 5th. This is interesting. Newly obtained documents show that the girl's mother told deputies on February 26th that she saw her daughter getting dressed for school at 8 a.m. on Monday.
That's a fact,
and
Angel.
Stearns then took her to school.
Agree with you so much.
Okay. More statements from mom there. Now, let's take a listen.
I agree with the first part, but after like what we want doesn't really matter. They could be a little more transparent. But again, it's an investigation, so I understand that they're gonna be silent during an investigation. That just is what it is.
To a February 27th interview, again by WFTV 9 down in Orlando with Jenn Soto. Again, this is her telling her story and the story about what happened here. Let's listen.
We dropped her off at school, close to school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way. She was spotted walking by the church, by the middle school, on the cameras. They saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave. They didn't see a vehicle or anything else. They just saw her walk away around 9 a.m. heading towards the school, but she never made it.
What was the last thing, I guess, the conversation that you two had, you and your daughter?
We spoke about her birthday party. She had a birthday party on Sunday. She had a great time. I couldn't make it because I was working, but she had an amazing time. She was so happy with all her gifts. I told her good night, and yeah, that was it. I wasn't the one who took her to school in the morning. That was my partner.
See, that's what I'm saying.
In my heart, I feel like somebody took her. this isn't like her to just pick up and run away.
And my bad, mods. I did see you guys asking about the. All right, so the merch website, you can type !Rev Gang Gear, all lowercase, !Rev Gang Gear, and it'll take you straight to the website that I launched this morning. Yeah, no,
I'll just not go to school. I don't know what to think.
I'm just saying you can't start, and that's what I'm trying to get out here is you can't start telling a story like that. Jump in and say we dropped her off at school. Start to give intimate details about, and that's the thing that I picked up on is she started to give intimate details as if she was there. Well, she got out. We you know what I mean? Like that's the wording she's using there. So again, that's why it's inconsistent with what she told police because allegedly it was Stefan that did it. That's why she corrected it at the end. Think about it. That's why she corrected that shit at the end. She was so nervous. They brought up detectives. Then she went into that little story, fumbled. And also when she fumbled on that story, she then comes around at the end and tries to take it all back by saying, well, my partner was the one who dropped her off. And that's when it set in my head. Damn, I just got fucking caught. Excuse my language, but damn, I just got caught lying. Straight up, just got caught lying. Allegedly. But I mean, it's there right in front of your face.
She was last seen wearing a green hoodie.
We'll play this and shut up.
Black shorts,
get to the call.
white Crocs, a black JanSport backpack with gray hibiscus flowers on it. She got dropped off in the morning. We did not notice until after school pickup at 4 o'clock when I went to go pick her up and she wasn't at school.
All right, when you put all this stuff together, I'm hearing some clear contradictions, some holes in the story, and some ambiguities. I want to take some time tonight to try to clear things up as best we can at this point of this investigation.
Now, back to the Court TV podcast.
On the ground, down to Orlando, to some folks who are working this story. Joining me in Orlando, Florida, WFTV investigative reporter Shannon Butler. Shannon, great to see you tonight.
And that's where that report came from.
Good to see you, Vinny.
Also with us, editor of the Osceola News Gazette, Ken Jackson, also working this story. Thank you so much, Ken, for joining us. All right, let me start here. Shannon, from your perspective, how clear is it about this birthday party that takes place on Sunday, going to school on Monday, who's in the house, who's not in the house, who's going where? Is there any clarity to what's going on there before this alleged drive to school?
Well, that's the time frame that we're still trying to piece together as we try to look at.
Again, for everybody who is coming in right now, make sure you smash the like button, hashtag FTA for the algorithm. I will be opening up the lines and everybody will get 5 minutes. I want to stick to that 5 minutes. So please, I want to give everybody a chance. I notice people, again, emailing about the time limits and people talking for long because other people want to talk too. And there's a lot of people that call in. So I say we limit it. I mean, you just throw your suggestions down. What do you think? 5 minutes, 7 minutes for phone calls, for people who call in. What is the ideal time? I would be looking for the majority of what people think on that.
This timeline of events, we know that the birthday party happened. We know at some point she was in that home. We don't know who was in the home with her at the time because the stories have not been clear. We've talked to Stephen Stearns, we've talked to Jenn Soto, and the stories weren't quite clear about what happened then. All we know is they claim that he took her to school and that's when she had vanished.
Now, Ken, I want to put up the first contradiction that I'm seeing in some of these statements that have been made public. The affidavit states that Jenn told deputies her partner, Stephen Stearns, dropped Madeline off at Hunters Creek Middle School on the morning of February 26th. When interviewed by WFTV on February 27th, Jenn says Stephen Stearns dropped Madeline off near the school. What about that drive? Was that drive made? Where's he driving that morning? And has Is there any evidence of him being anywhere near the school that day?
Well, first of all, Vinny, thanks for having me on. If you look closely at that map, first of all, something I want to say about that neighborhood is if you notice right there on Town Loop Boulevard, the church and the school are separated by State Road 417, which is a elevated toll road. So to say that they're really near the school, you can't see the school from the church. So there's that. And then we do have the inconsistency of, in the affidavit, the mention is that Stephen dropped her off. And then we hear from the mom that we dropped her off. So that's something that we're trying to confirm right now. I did speak informally with a member of Kissimmee Police Department on, let's see, today's third, on Tuesday night. And they're now the lead agency in the investigation. I was there for an unrelated event. And I asked about any investigation that's currently going on in the mother. To tell you how tight this investigation is right now, all I was told, and I'm paraphrasing here, was that we have a focused investigation going on in order to present an airtight case to the state attorney's office. That's all the Kissimmee Police Department is saying right now.
And you need that airtight case. I mean, Shannon knows I spent a lot of time down there in Central Florida. Was it more than a decade ago? And we thought that case was airtight. All right, Shannon, here's another contradiction I'm seeing. In her interview with WFTV, Jenn says, and this is what Ken just said, we dropped Madeline off for school. In the same interview, Jenn says her partner, Stephen Stearns, dropped Madeline off for school. What do you make of that contradiction, the we versus like, oh no, he did it?
Oh yeah, exactly.
Well, I think at first when she told that story before we know what we know now.
That's a good point. Good, depends on the information.
Now, we just thought it was one of those conversations where you have, you know, you and your husband, you're like, oh, we dropped her off at school at 8 o'clock. But then when that affidavit came out and an initial report that says something completely different about when she last saw her daughter, we started to go back to that interview and listen to it again. She told us twice in that interview that we dropped her off at school. And then she says, well, I didn't drop her off. My partner dropped her off. That's another thing. She calls him.
Okay, so my partner. All right, that's this. I swear this is the same exact interview that we heard the other day when they were talking about this. The same exact. And I see a little update here. I'm gonna play this one too. Let's play this real quick, actually, because it's a visual. Let's check that out. Was this last night?
Are still trying to figure closely, and tonight the investigation into the death of a 13-year-old Central Florida girl continues.
Madeline Soto's body was found just over a week ago after a days-long multi-county search effort, and while no one has been charged in her death yet, the prime suspect in the case, according to investigators, is a man who was supposed to be there to
Thank you, Jazz. Welcome to the
her mother's boyfriend, Stephen Stearns. It is a story that has impacted people across Central Florida and the country. And tonight, our Rafael Pires breaks down where the investigation is at right now and how things unfolded.
About 2 weeks ago, Madeline Soto was supposed to be getting dropped off right here at Hunters Creek Middle School. We're told she never made it. Instead, the story took a disturbing turn, and now investigators are still trying to figure out how she was killed.
From a missing teen case to a murder investigation, the story of Madeline Soto has impacted people across the country and left many in Central Florida mourning the tragic loss. It all started Monday, February 26, when Madeline's mother, Jennifer Soto, reported to police that her daughter had gone missing.
In my heart, I feel like somebody took her.
The next day, Jennifer told our crew her boyfriend, Stephen Stearns, dropped her daughter off at a church near Hunters Creek Middle School where Maddie attended. He told investigators she wanted to walk the rest of the way, but never made it.
I dropped her off. Everything looked fine when I drove away. It's the last time we saw her.
From there, a large search effort got underway.
We have well over 100 deputies, detectives, intelligence analysts, and specialized personnel who are investigating this case and searching for Madeline right now.
Several other agencies joined in, and then on Wednesday, a bombshell arrest. Late at night, the Orange County Sheriff announced the arrest of the mother's boyfriend for sexual battery and possession of child sexual abuse material, and named him the prime suspect in the case. Then the sheriff said he believes Stearns never dropped off Madeline in the first place and told us he was captured on camera throwing her backpack and school laptop into a dumpster Monday morning. Deputies say Maddie's body was seen in Stearns' car before he drove away.
We believe she was already dead at the time and that Stephen Stearns moved her body in the early morning hours on that day.
2 days later, a major but tragic discovery. Maddie's body was
How you
found
doing,
in a
Carmela?
rural area in St. Cloud, several miles away from the family's home in Kissimmee. Since then, her community has been mourning the loss.
It was like a hole is missing because everybody at school even
Oh.
they're like sad.
Investigators now
sad.
also looking at the discrepancies in the mother's statements after learning there were inconsistencies about the last time she says she saw Maddie.
Wow.
And Kissimmee police say investigators are continuing to dig through evidence against Stearns.
As more evidence comes up, there may be more charges in the future.
So as of right now, no one has been charged in
No
Madeline's
one.
death. But again, the prime suspect is Stephen Stearns, the mom's
Nice
boyfriend.
to
That's
see you,
according
Elsa.
to investigators. We did reach out to Kissimmee police over the weekend. They told us there is no update as of right now. But sources tell us we could have new information as early as this week. For now, reporting in Hunters Creek, I'm Rafael Pires, Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
Okay, well, that hurt my ears so bad. I'm gonna open up the lines right now. 219-885-9693. I definitely want to hear from you guys. Here we go. What's your thoughts, theory, speculation on what's going on in the Madeline Soto case? Maybe you could fill us in. Maybe you have some thoughts that everybody hasn't thought about yet. But I'm gonna open the lines up. Let's hear. Here we go. 5 minutes. I'm gonna put a 5 minutes on for everybody. What is going on? 706. You are in the mix. This is T-REV. You are calling in live. You have 5 minutes. I'm gonna give you the floor. You can run that floor. What's your thoughts on the Madeline Soto case, and where are you calling in from first and foremost?
I'm calling in from Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
I am what you call a forensic nurse,
Okay.
and it's what that means is I go to different hospitals when children are involved.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, they call it a SANE nurse, which is a sexual assault nurse.
Mm.
Okay. Now, that being said, we take all young people, if they come into the ER, we take them to the side. We talk to them alone. Unfortunately, parents, they don't have a choice in the matter.
Right.
Okay. That being said, listening to all your podcasts and listening to my regular news, it appears to me, now I'm just thinking, as that type of nurse, it's going to take a while to get all this evidence back. All right. One, they'll have to, send off samples, tissue, blood. House will be, searched. Child's clothing, his clothes, everything is going to have to come into one full circle before they release any information. I have had rape victims. It takes months for that person to be actually charged with the crime.
Interesting.
Now, an autopsy, depending on, the state, how far their, lab may be behind, it's going to take a while. It could take a month. It could take more. And unfortunately, I've been watching this thing since it came about.
Yeah.
I have been watching the one on the little 3-year-old boy. What's his name? Eli?
Yeah, Elijah View.
And I'm right here in Georgia, so I'm close to Tennessee. And I've been, keeping my eye out on the little autistic 15-year-old.
Yeah, that one that's sad.
Me, as a parent of grown children, this breaks my heart. Because if somebody, I'm like any other parent, I hope. Somebody, you ever put your hands on my kid, and I hate to say this out loud, but you might not make it to the courthouse.
Bing
That's just
bong.
me.
Oh my God.
How this mother could allow this to happen is beyond me. That child had to show changes in her behavior, in her school. Things could have happened. Let's say, for example, the child might have lost her bladder control. These are all things that, as children, we have to watch out for as parents, because some kids may not be forthcoming.
Yeah, and that's true. And that's what I talk about a lot, is how can we adjust that in America? Is it, you know what I'm saying? Like, people, I feel like I know a lot of parents don't want to share details of things like that or expose them to that at certain ages. But then again, if you do, you know what I mean? If you let them know, at least they know that's bad, and they could come and tell you, whoever was doing bad to me, whoever was, you know what I mean? But
right.
that's
And
my
it's hard to get children to understand.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me know if
It is.
somebody touches you in your private parts. I have a 5-year-old grandbaby.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
she knows. And I mean, I have told her. Her mother has told her, because her mom's a school teacher.
Mm.
And I'm like, anything ever happens, you need to tell somebody. Your mama's not going to be mad. Your daddy, I'm not. You just need to tell somebody. But again, in my 36, let's say my son's 36. So in my 38-year career as nursing, one, it has been very rewarding. Two, when it comes to children, it has been, how do I say it? It's sad. People are not raising children like we used to. I'm a boomer. I was born in the 60s. Early 60s.
So you were born in the 60s. Okay.
Yes. I was
My
born
mom.
in the early 60s.
So was my mom. So was my mom.
So see, I'm old enough to be your mom. What
Yes,
about
you are.
that?
Yes, ma'am, you are. Absolutely.
But people aren't raising children like they used to. No offense, and I hope no one takes this wrong. I had a fear of my parents. They loved me. I loved them. But I knew if I did wrong, I better be able to handle those consequences.
Right.
Unfortunately, I do not see, and like I said, I see it every day. I'm a nurse. I see it in the ER every day. And the way these parents talk to their children, they talk to them as though they are their friend. They're not.
Yeah. And that happened to me with my mom too at a certain point. And I'm glad you're touching on that, because it happened with me with my mom at one point. So it's like, I get that. And you're right. And that's got to stop, because when that's going on, that opens up a whole nother door for some damn trouble. I'll tell you that much right now.
Absolutely.
They will test everything at that point, and probably be in and out the system, especially when you treat them like a friend, especially when they're a child and still growing and developing, and they still need to focus on certain things, and you're clouding their judgment with bullshit.
Absolutely.
I agree with you on that.
My kids will tell you, I love them with all of my heart, but when they were growing up, they knew. You didn't mess with mama. You didn't mess with daddy. We've been there, done that. We had our T-shirt, So you ain't gonna get out of no lie. Normally you should look at your child and tell if that child is giving you a truthful answer.
Well, thank you so much for calling in. Thank you for your thoughts, opinions.
Well, honey, I appreciate everything you're doing. Again, I do feel that this is going to take some time for everything to come out. Now, do I think mom's aware? Absolutely. Do I think that this may be all in together with those 200 and something people that were arrested for child unthinkables?
Yeah.
Could it all be related? It sure could. And I mean, but yes, I will let you go. I appreciate you taking my call.
Yes, ma'am.
But I hope all the other parents out there, please talk to your children.
Thank you for your educational standpoint. I really appreciate. And finish saying what you're saying.
Be their friend. Love your child. I mean, but you can't be their friend. They just
bing bang. You can't.
But all right, baby. Thank you for taking my call. You have a blessed rest of your evening, and I'm looking forward to listening to the rest of the podcast.
Thank you so much, ma'am. God bless you. Lock your doors and stay vigilant. We live in a cruel world.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to her. God bless her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693 today. We are covering Madeline Soto again. Day 10, no charges. What is going on in the case? What is going on? Hold on. 360. You're on the show. Talk to us.
I'm on the show. Hi.
Yes, ma'am. You were live. You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours. Let's hear.
I'm glad I got in so quick. I talked to you last night, I think, about, I told you I had 3 sons.
Oh.
And they were like my best friends, and I would always teach them everything about.
Ma'am.
Yeah. So, yeah, I was shocked. But anyway, what I was thinking is, who knows if the mother has not been arrested? They could have went to her house and just arrested her in the middle of the night.
That's a good point.
You know, no one knows that unless they call the local jail, I guess, to try to look it up. But that would be interesting. Who knows?
Yeah, that's a good point.
And then I got to thinking, and it's just so disgusting to even think about, but I've seen so many cases and heard of horror. But what if the mother and Stephen molested her together sometimes, and maybe the night of her birthday she like fought back and she just wasn't going to put up with it anymore, and they accidentally killed her? That's something that crossed my mind today. And
yeah, I wonder.
so
I wonder. So, I mean, they definitely got evidence tape on her vehicle.
Thoughts that ran through my head for today with that. She could be in jail. I would check into that, honestly.
Well, I feel like if she was in jail, we would already know, because it just takes 2 seconds to run a check. You could find out some information.
Oh, there's a major delay, T-REV.
You think they're delaying it? Can you hear me?
No, I'm saying it sounds like I'm talking over your voice because I can hear you in the background. And
you
like,
can hear me, right? You're
crazy.
listening to the stream and not listening to me. So you'll be about 15 seconds behind if you're listening to the stream. I'm just gonna let you know. So when you call in, listen to the phone instead of the stream, because it's delayed by like 15 to 20 seconds.
Okay, let me turn it down then. But well, the thing is maybe nobody has thought about calling to see if she's in jail. It like you said, it's that simple. But honestly, maybe nobody has thought of it.
Now, we would know. There's way too many people on this case for us not to know that if she was arrested. Way too many people covering that. That would leak out fast, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm just disappointed Nancy Grace isn't covering any of it, which tells me if she's not covering any of it, there's nothing yet. Like you were saying, there's just nothing, and it's frustrating.
I wonder
because she's always on it, Nancy Grace.
Yeah, no.
I want to tell you real quick before I hang up, because I was telling you about how I think parents need to talk to their kids more and not be afraid. Like if someone says, "I'll kill your mommy if you tell," that kind of thing. If they just talk to their kids, I think that's going to help a lot with a lot of these cases with these little girls. But there was this case Nancy Grace covered, I think it was a few years ago, and obviously this child's mother did not teach her anything, but she was walking home from school on a main road, and there was like a car wash on the side where this man was standing, and he walked straight up to her, grabbed her hand, and they walked off. He raped her and murdered her behind that car wash. That little girl just went with him. Like I would be teaching my daughters, no, you bite them. You do. Well, I told my sons, I'm like, you do anything and everything you can because they're going to do worse to you. So don't be afraid to kick them or bite them or, So when I seen that case, that always stuck with me. It really bothered me. But anyway, I'll let you get on to the next one.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much. Thank you for your thoughts and opinions and theories that you're sharing with us. Again, I do feel like if she was arrested, we would know within that same day. I mean, there's so many people watching.
Yeah, I just wonder too if Stephen said things to try to get, turn the blame from him to her. I just want what he told cops to.
I mean, I don't know what type of person. Well, obviously we know what type of person he is. We seen we seen on document what he did to Madeline Soto. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me one bit. That I wouldn't be surprised one bit if this guy literally caved in and started trying to flip the script on her and now they're investigating her because he's saying that she's involved. That wouldn't blow me away at all. That's usually what somebody like that would do.
Yeah, and they have to have the reason that they haven't filed charges even on him, let alone her, is they have to have proof to do that. They can't just go and put her in jail and wait it out. You know, they have to have proof. So they're definitely investigating this, which is a good thing. I know it's frustrating, but they're going to have all their T's crossed. Yeah. And then these two are going to go down, and they're going to be able to have a lawyer to get out, you know?
Yeah, no doubt.
All right.
They'll be like Brian Kohlberger with a public defender.
Yeah.
Seriously, that's what's going to end up happening here. This case is very, it's all over the nation. So when it comes down to lawyers, etc., like this, it's going to be another one of these type of cases, in my opinion. I can compare this to the Idaho 4 case just for the simple fact that it's big, in my opinion. It's big just like the Idaho 4 in different ways.
Yeah, I can't stand seeing that interview of that mom anymore. It disgusts me. She's so gross, and she's just acts, I don't know, so dense, and she's, I just can't stand watching it. I just really hate seeing it and listening to her now. It's the last 3 days. I'm just over it. Can't stand her. She annoys me more than his interview.
Mm-hmm.
Just the way she talks about things and the way she pauses.
Yeah.
And it's just too much.
It is. It's a lot. It's a lot. And the inconsistencies within when she said we and talked as if she was there when they dropped her off in the morning, and then switching it back to, well, it was my partner. And I think there is kind of common sense where I can see probably where she told investigators one story, but told the news station, hey, we dropped her off. And I think that may have got her where she's at within, being into the investigation. But then
maybe
we'll wait to see it out. Thank you for calling in, ma'am. I appreciate you. God bless you. I hope you have a wonderful night. Stay vigilant and lock your doors.
And maybe it was her in the car and not Maddie, who they said was dead. So
it could be. You never know.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
God bless. She said maybe it was her in the car instead of Maddie. I don't know. They said they seen her deceased. 219-885-9693. They said they seen her deceased. And they didn't say, oh, we believe it's somebody. We believe little Madeline Soto was in this vehicle deceased when he returned to the apartment for whatever reason. 978, you're never too late. You were live. You're on the stream right now. What is your thoughts and opinions on the Madeline Soto case, and how are you feeling about it on day 10, no charges? 5 minutes, the floor is yours. Run it.
Hey, T-REV, what's up?
How's it going?
I'll be short, but it's just another perspective that I was thinking about. When I rewatched the interview the second time, I was doing it in the perspective as though her mom was afraid of her abuser, and it changed the whole kind of view.
Mm-hmm.
Of what I saw. So I don't know if the caller before me mentioned anything, because I missed that one, but it's just another kind of idea. She could be afraid of what this dude, I don't know, could have done or does. And she's just kind of going with his script. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So what are your thoughts there? What's your theory to that?
Well, that she's afraid and she's just going along with his story.
Yeah.
And she might know, but she could just be so afraid that she because if you look at her eyes, right, they're real wide, and she's looking
I agree.
Scared, like a deer in headlights. And it's whoa, something's going on here. I don't know if it's medication. I don't know if she's afraid, but I don't know. It just seems weird. So if you look at it in that lens, it kind of changes your views. So just something to think about for everybody. That's all.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. So in a sense, you're saying maybe she was coached into this whole entire thing. Let's do this interview.
Yeah.
Say this.
Yeah. I mean, he could. Right.
Mm-hmm.
He could be some complete psychopath, and she's totally afraid of him. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
Thank you, Beth. Yeah, no, and it's possible. It's possible that she was coached. I mean, we don't know what happened behind these walls. We really don't. But what we do know is that there were inconsistent statements, and that whether it was coaching or she's lying all the way through, which if she was coached to say that, obviously it'd be a lie. But I think that might be what is going on right now with the investigation being where it's at, because if this was just the sole purpose or the sole person, they would just go ahead and file those charges and keep adding and getting this evidence and as things come in. But at this point, it's at a halt because why? They got their main suspect locked in jail. He's not going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. They got plenty of time to kick their feet up to make sure that they cross their I's and dot their T's if it comes to arresting Jenn Soto allegedly. That's what I think is going on.
Right. I don't know. I just figured it was kind of a different kind of, way to look at it.
Absolutely.
Because to me, she looks like she's scared, and that's total possible. So
it is possible.
I don't know,
absolutely possible. 100%.
Yeah.
Be scared to death because he could say, if you say anything wrong, I'll beat the shit out you when you leave. We do
right. He's cracking his knuckles, bro. He's cracking his knuckles. She hears that knuckle crack and she's like, oh.
You're right. And that is somebody called
think about that.
About domestic violence. Like, I wonder if she was under any violence or being abused. And
who knows?
It's impossible. It's very possible. Very.
Yeah. Crazy case, though.
Look what he was doing to little Madeline, and nobody knew.
I know. Sick. That's one thing that I don't think I can understand. She had to have known something.
What's up, Auntie? Yeah.
Regardless, I don't know what she knew, but something. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Absolutely. And I love the perspective that you're bringing there. And it's not the popular opinion, but you know what? I'm willing to think and hear it all because any of that could be right. Any of us could be right about.
We don't know. Exactly.
Thank you.
All right, man. Well, thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much for calling in and having the courage to speak in front of people. I appreciate that. You have a blessed day and stay vigilant. Shout out to her. I appreciate her calling in with her opinion. 219-885-9693. Everybody's getting 5 minutes today. I want to hear from you all. What's going on? 231, you were in the door. Talk to us. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You were live.
Hi. Well, I got a whole different perspective that I've been brewing in my head.
We love that.
What happens if Jenn caught Stephen messing around with Madeline? She got angry. She took it out on Madeline, killed Madeline, made Stephen take the body, and that her nervousness and the way she carries out the interviews and stuff, and then she's comforting him like she took away his lover.
Took away his lover. That's been a little. I've heard that once or twice.
Well, I mean,
Like
I do find it hard that it's been that it's been going on for 2 years and she didn't know nothing.
Yeah.
So, and then maybe it was like, okay, she couldn't make the birthday party because she was setting this up or whatever. And then when they got home, she went to bed and Stephen did his little sneaky thing and she walked in, seen it. Maybe she broke his phone or she took Maddie's phone and made him reset his phone because she went through his phone or something. I mean, it could be crazy.
Yeah. For 2 years though. Yeah, I mean, we got to think about it. A lot of us tell our stories and we think about the situations. How did people not notice the signs at some point, right? Or that this is going on with, especially with Madeline. And if that was the case, and she knew about that, then to me, if she knew that what he was doing to her, to me, that's crazy to me. It's if you didn't tell law enforcement or report it, and you knew that was happening.
Maybe she didn't know the whole 2 years. Maybe she just started getting a little wiser because he did just come back from moving out.
Imagine knowing that and not telling the police.
Well, but they haven't charged Stephen with murder yet. And
if she knew, she's responsible for her death, allegedly, in my opinion. That's just my thoughts. If you knew that this was happening to your daughter, and I'm not saying that she did whatsoever, because I don't know that. I don't have that evidence to say. I'm just speculating and theorizing in my head. If she knew that this was happening from Stephen Stearns to Madeline Soto, then to me, she is responsible for what happened, because not only could you have reported it if you knew, you know what I mean, the things that could have been prevented, but that's, I'm not going to go off ifs, but that's just my thoughts when you what you're talking about.
Right. And when they could have already charged him with murder, you would think. And she would be an accessory to the crime or whatever, but they haven't did that yet. So is that a twist that they're not gonna, I don't know. It's just crazy trying to guess and figure out what's really happening until we get more information.
Yeah. And it's day 10. Still no more information. Starting to feel like the Kansas City 3 to me right now. Like stuck in limbo, waiting for answers, waiting for toxicology, waiting for any type of arrest report to come out, any type of PCA, so we can go through the details. And yet we have not been delivered a PCA besides the one with Stephen Stearns charges, which is not murder. Nobody's been charged with murder.
Exactly.
Innocent till proven guilty. Both of these people, I'm not innocent till proven guilty. But when you look at the papers on the first one, that's not even it's connected to the case. But when you look at the papers and you see again that this man pulled up to the apartment complex with her body in the vehicle, he's definitely involved. Point blank, period. And you got enough proof right there with her body in the vehicle.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm just not trying to take anything off of Stephen because he's a dirtbag. But with watching Jenn's interviews and stuff, she just seems, she might be intimidated. I don't know. There again, she might be maybe trying to blame it on him, or eventually try to blame it on him, or she's just figured it out. I don't know. It's just, it's a crazy. I don't know. Crazy. We need to find out at least. I don't know. I want to know who gets arrested. I want to know who did this to Madeline.
We'll hear it. We'll definitely hear it. But it's
I know we will.
It's sealed right now.
In the meantime, we all just sit there and speculate. And
don't forget. I need some people to not forget there's some sealed records right now. Some sealed records right now. I'm just saying. There's things that are blacked out and hidden right now. So, and it is. I remember when it first came out, they were like, "Oh, there's a few sealed records," and I was like, "What? What already going on?"
Well,
they did that 904.
It just seems like they arrested him that quick on the child essay, and then they have the body and they have her body in the car, but they haven't charged him with murder. You know, it kind of it's like seems simple to just say Stephen did it.
It does, right? It does. It does. 100% seems simple, especially if he's seen on CCTV going the route where her body was dumped at.
Right.
Just saying. Right. Like I said, they're piecing with mom. I mean, obviously, there's a clear lie on public television in front of our faces.
Exactly.
So
by
I
both
mean,
of them.
That's what I think bit and came back around to bite her. Maybe I don't know that to be true, but I'm gonna be looking for that within the paperwork where she did an interview on TV that was inconsistent with the statements that she told police officers. That's what that's what I'm gonna be looking for, because then that'll tell us, hey, what we've seen and what we were thinking was either right or there's just a whole different side of the story that we don't know about. Again, man, thank you so much for calling in, sharing your thoughts and opinions with us. I hope you have a blessed night. Stay vigilant, lock your doors, and I look forward to hearing from you again.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, man. Later. Shout out to her. Love and light to her. 219-885-9693. Love hearing from the people. I don't care what your opinion is. Love hearing from the people. 210, you're on the show. What is going on? You're live.
Hi, T-REV.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Hanging in there, trying to figure out what is going on in this case and why are we so long or so far along
Same.
within 10 days and no arrest no charges filed just against Stephen. So that's just what's going on. Talk to us. Let us know what you think, what your thoughts are. We want to hear from you.
Well, it's, like everything has just been changing, my opinions have been changing the more time goes on with their interviews, but unpopular opinion, she seems like denial's a hell of a thing. And unless you've been in like an extreme situation where you have to, feel that denial and you're just making up excuses of something, another possibility in your head, I think that she was just willfully ignorant and in denial. I don't think that she knew until it happened, and I think that she believed whatever excuse he told her that morning. She believed his story, whatever bullshit he came up with before he got arrested for the explicit stuff on his phone. And I'm sorry, I cussed. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. You're good.
And
adult show here, 18 over. You got to be 18 and over. As a matter of fact, 21. No, I'm just kidding.
But I think that she went along because he probably told her, well, you know what, I was the last one to see her. They're going to take me to jail. Cover for me. I don't know what I don't know what happened between her and him, and what excuse he gave her before she found out about the sexual abuse. But I think that he had been doing this to Maddie for years, and that he had been drugging her. I think he had been drugging her, and I think this time he gave her too much and killed her. And he panicked, and then this is what happened. Because it obviously wasn't premeditated. It wasn't
yeah. I don't know though. Maybe it was. Do we think it was premeditated? And I'm asking you and Chad at the same time. I mean, do we think that this was premeditated? Was it planned, or was it something that happened on accident? Like what is it? I'm curious too about that, because I haven't made up my mind whether it's premeditated or not, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on that too. There's 2 minutes left, or 2.5 minutes. What's your thoughts on that? Premeditated? No,
I don't believe it was premeditated. I think that he drugged her and he gave her too much, and the poor little angel passed away, and he panicked and came up with some bullshit story to the mother, and she just seems like a very not so bright woman, and she probably believed whatever he told her, and they panicked. And I mean, it just seems so, it doesn't seem premeditated because of how sloppy it is. I mean, he had evidence on his phone for years. They, factory reset. Come on.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Very good point. Very good. And it's simple, but it's so good. It's a good point of why. But then again, it's like people do commit premeditated murders, shit that they thought out, and are sloppy still too. So it's like I have to leave that out there. But it's a good point that you just made, as far as if you were planning to murder someone or take someone's life, you would try to go the extra mile to get rid of all this evidence before. You know what I mean? I definitely get what you're saying.
Yeah, but that's where I stand. Hopefully we hear something, soon, because this has been taking a long time.
It sure has. It has. It definitely been taking a long time. And I don't get why he's not charged as of today. I mean, you could charge him as of today, right? And still go after her if you needed to add her on, right? I mean, but then again, I keep saying he's there, so they're not worried about taking their time with connecting the dots in this case. They're not worried about that. So I understand that aspect too. But if somebody was involved in something, in a crime like this, where somebody's life was taken away from them, everyone who was involved needs to pay.
Yes, exactly. And I hope they do. And if she does have some involvement, then yeah, I hope she fries too. but she comes off as a woman who's just in denial, just complete denial. That's my take of it. And I know, yes, the crime may have been there, but you know, when you're in denial of something, you make excuses in your head that try to make sense of it. But you know, we'll see. I don't know. She just comes off as not a very smart woman that would be in denial, willfully ignorant. You know, but you know, hopefully we know something soon. And if she is involved, then yeah, she deserves to pay just as much as him. But
absolutely,
if they're telling us anything right now, it's because they want to make sure they have a rock solid case. Because this is just, oh God, it's so awful. That poor little girl.
Yeah, no signs noticed here at this location. No nothing, right? No nothing. So it's like nobody reported anything. There was no line of trail with this guy liking little children or anything like that. So these are the worst type of predators, Stephen Stearns. They're the worst type of predators because they don't have no paper trail showing that they're a predator. You can only go based off of things that are on the record or whatever like that, and he only had traffic tickets from what we were able to find. So again, it's the worst type of predator when you have a guy that comes to your house, and now I don't know whether he was the live-in babysitter and was just hanging out with her all the time and grooming her up to this point of what he did, but he will pay. He will pay for what he did.
Yeah.
We've seen some of what he did in detail on that PCA paper that they put out to little Madeline Soto, and his ass will pay for those actions that he committed against Madeline Soto. She's not here to tell her story. Yeah. She's not here to survive what she's been through. Because why? Because you let some guy come around that ruined her whole entire life. I mean, it's BS. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you. Thank you for your thoughts, opinions, your theories. I hope you have a beautiful night, ma'am. Anytime you feel like calling in and have any thoughts, feel free to pick up. There's no limit on how many times you can call in a show or anything like that. I just love hearing from all of you, the voices in the community, the people who are going around listening to all these different details and finding different, you know, whether it's pictures, articles, whatever. You guys email me everything, and you're fantastic. Don't ever let nobody tell you different. God bless you, man.
Thank you, T-REV. You too.
Stay blessed. Shout out to her. I appreciate it. 219-885-9693. We are covering the Madeline Soto story extensively around the clock right now. We need some answers, ladies and gentlemen. There's also some other cases going on that have piqued my interest that we need to bring some light. We're doing that also. Will use this platform all the way to be a voice for these people. Sebastian Rogers, okay? Elijah View, okay? There's some things we got to talk about. 732, you were live with us right now. You were on the air. What is your thoughts on the Madeline Soto case? Break it down for us. 5 minutes. The floor is yours. Run it.
Hi, thanks, Trev. Watching your show, and the first thing I'm going to say is I'm 71 years old. Yes, I have 4 kids. I have 15 grandkids and 5 great-grand. Let me tell you something. If I knew anybody was hurting my kids, they wouldn't be making it to jail. And it's funny because I have my little 5-year-old great-granddaughter stays with me every Friday night to Saturday. And she'll say things to me like, Gigi, you want to know a secret? And I cringe because I'm thinking, what is she going to say? And she'll tell me about what some other kid did in her class. But the first thought I get is, oh, she's going to tell me something happened to her. You know what I'm saying? I freak, but she knows, at least I know she knows she can tell me a secret. But the thing is, I think that mother's as guilty as sin. I think she's as guilty as sin. I mean, you know, I don't know. I mean, I raised my 4 kids. I was a single mom, but I'd like to think I knew what my kids were doing. And I did the right thing by them, you know?
Would you?
I mean,
I got a question for you. Would you hang her with everything that you know right now, or do you need a little bit more evidence on her to be able to officially hang her? Allegedly.
No. I think, because first of all, one of her statements said that she saw her at 8 o'clock in the morning. This guy was seen dumping her stuff at 7-something in the morning. Bing bong. She lied. You know, why did she lie?
You're not lying. No lies detected.
She lied about it. Right. So it's like, what are you lying about? If you're covering for that creep, you know, I mean, he doesn't look very swift anyway. So, but I just feel bad for that little girl. and what she must have gone through, you know, just like that guy that just beat that one girl's head in. I mean, these kids, it's so happening lately. I just got a message online about, there was a message where some mother had thrown, they just found this 10-month-old baby. She was reported missing Saturday. She was found at the bottom of a pipe that was full of water. The mother just dropped her in there and left her there. Can you just imagine? I don't know.
Crazy.
There's something wrong with people today. There's something in the water. I keep saying that there's something in the water. You know, I mean, because
a lot of it is I feel like where people are growing up at, and just the way that you're brought up, and it could be tons of different things too. I'm not saying that that's the only factor, but
right.
I only know what I know from my side of it, and I've seen people. It's just the way they grew up or were taught, or you know, the type of stuff that people were doing around them, or and that's kind of the life they know. And the woman who called earlier and said that moms, dads, you got to stop being their friends. She's right. This is another thing that causes it, and there's other things too, because you got good parents out there that do everything right, and the child ends up either, or when they grow up, they either commit a murder, and it just, you know, sometimes you can't dictate whether that's going to happen or not. But I'm saying there is cases out there where everybody's did the right thing and they still ended up bad. So we got to look at that also.
Oh yeah. There's no doubt. I mean, I know myself. My kids will tell me stories now. My oldest is now 50, but they'll tell me stories now of things they used to do when they were little and I was working, because I was a single parent. My oldest son was like 15 or 16 at the time, so he'd be babysitting. The things they used to do to each other, you know, I mean, and I'm hearing all this. I'm like, how did I not know that? They'd throw each other down the stairs. They'd dip themselves up in the suitcase. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it was fun, harmless stuff, but how did I not know that, you know? And it's just things like that they laugh about it today, you know, the things they used to do. But I mean, can you imagine now? I mean, with so much going on, you just can't trust anybody.
It's hard to. It is hard to trust these days. I'll give you that one.
You just can't. You know, I mean, I always ask my granddaughter, because you know her mom, her boyfriend lives with her, and I always, you know, it's not her father, but it's her brother's father. Anyway, I don't have a problem with him, but I always make sure if she's got something to say, please God, don't be afraid to say it.
Absolutely.
Even to myself. I mean, you know, we could always fix it, you know. It can always be fixed one way or another. We can fix it.
Absolutely.
But, you know, I mean, and I hate asking her questions. Sometimes I'll ask her questions, and like she'll say silly stuff to me. She calls Jason, the father of her brother. Jason's Chucky Jason. Chucky Jason? What the hell are you calling Chucky Jason for? Because he acts like Chucky in the movie, GG. Like, oh my God.
Crazy.
Yeah. I said to my granddaughter, I said, what the hell is she watching Chucky for?
Yeah.
She don't need to watch, right? You know, but you never know. You just never know. But I don't trust nobody. I trust no one.
And you can't. And that's a good point to touch on. And I'm glad you brought that up. It's hard to trust people. Watch out who you trust, man.
Yep.
I appreciate you calling in, having a voice in the community.
Thank you.
And having the courage to do so.
Having an open line. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Yeah.
Anytime that we're on the air and I got the lines open, you're more than welcome to call in. I love hearing from everyone. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, and not only, you know, giving advice out to people too.
I subscribed.
Thank you so much.
So I'll be following you.
God bless your heart, man. And I want you to do one thing or two things for me. Lock your doors and stay vigilant.
Oh, okay? I do. Don't worry. I have cameras.
God bless.
Okay, thanks.
Shout out to her. Good phone call. I love the energy tonight, man. I really am. I'm in love with this infectious energy of the community just coming together. 219-885-9693. Keep that same energy, and I'll keep the same energy, and we can keep rolling. There's a lot to talk about in the true crime world, ladies and gentlemen. We want change. I don't know about you, but we do. The Rev Gang family wants change. 678 is never too late. You are live on the air with me right now. What is going on? What's in your mind when it comes to this Madeline Soto case? Talk to us.
So I've been listening diligently to you, and my theory matches one of the callers earlier. I was trying to call in when she was talking about, I truly believe this little girl was drugged. You know, this these interviews, if you watch them, I can't remember the exact interview where it hit me like a ton of bricks when Stephen, whatever, was discussing the cameras. Yeah, it's shocking for 2024 that there's no cameras in that area. Yet, you know, he premeditated a lot of this. And I feel like his complacency, because he's been doing it for 2 years that we know of, I'm sure it went on longer, is really his demise, his complacency. And I really think this Jennifer is also very drugged and, you know, kind of going along with his story. And if you hear her story and then you directly listen to her mother's story, who has broken English, I might add, it's identical. It's like she was told the same story. Now, why all of the dominant women in this family and are just not stepping up to the plate for years is shocking to me, number one. But number two, you know, if he was drugging her, how would they really know? How would she really know what went on? These pictures are telling, like, how could the guy hold a camera, do such horrible, disturbing things with only one hand if she wasn't drugged or someone wasn't helping her?
Right.
Him. I don't know.
So you think that he had help in this? One. And you gotta be a gutsy person to return to the apartment with her body in the vehicle. Like that is some. Yeah. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, not to say that I haven't seen it before, but again, if she didn't know, you're taking a hell of a chance pulling up to the apartment with her body in that vehicle.
Right. It's complacency. It's complacency on both parts. He knew he could either intimidate the crap out of her to get her to believe this story, and he could have used the dead body. Who knows?
Oh my goodness. It is just, it makes me sick to my stomach, this story. And again, it makes me come on every day until we get some damn answers and talk about it. It's just, it doesn't make no sense to me why, one, no, nothing is coming out about it. I get they're in an investigation, but two, it's just the charges that are bothering me. You could put them on Stephen, and that would stop everything else, in my opinion, until further investigation. At least if they announced charges on Stephen and didn't say nothing about mom, it would make it, I don't know. I feel like it would probably throw they're not investigating me. Okay, I'm good.
I kind of have a different theory on that. You know how they're busting these giant child sex trafficking rings all over, and Disney's involved. Like, what is the deal? Maybe there's lawyers that are like, hey, let's use these two pawns, jump on board, whether they were involved or not. Again, more distraction in a disgusting world of deceit. What kind of society do we live in that no one protects an innocent child, an animal, an elderly? That just, it's why I love your channel so much. I am a native New Yorker, and it's like, I raised my children in Georgia. That was hard enough. But they're in their 20s and they understand. And I taught them, you do the right thing when no one is looking. You do it for yourself, for your own dignity and respect. Bing, bang. Why wouldn't you be kind first? It's so easy.
Right. I agree. It's
so sad for these people all involved, actually, except for Stefan. I really believe he orchestrated a lot of it. His friends kind of gave clues that he was weird and secretive. Yeah, he played with toys and his little friends, and it's just, I don't know why they're holding out so long. And I really think it's just, we're gonna find out that so much more is involved. I'm sure there's other women and children.
This guy abused her bad, and absolutely took her innocence, and then took her life. Allegedly, as much as we know. At least we know he was with her body in the vehicle. So, I mean, that's why I'm saying what I'm saying and speculating the way I'm speculating. This, again,
it's beyond grooming.
He take her innocence. He took her life.
So here's another thought. If you are any bit human, like, you know, he's pretending to cry or whatever, you are grooming someone to the point where they believe and trust that you're their stepfather. You get to that point, of course a child's going to listen to you, whether you're giving them any kind of discipline, praise, grace. I mean, there are so many narcissistic behaviors out there that come in nice, kind forms that it's
bing bang.
It's a web. It's a huge web.
You're right. It's all over too. And you got to be careful because they're right. A lot of people are right in front of your face, and it's weird, right? Like
Here's
these
the other drug thing, and I don't mean to cut you off, T-REV, but I don't want to forget. Why do you think the toxicology reports aren't out yet? Before they cremate the body.
And that's why I brought up what Ellie sent me earlier in chat.
Love her.
Actually, in email, and told me more about it and was bringing this more to the attention. I was like, great, I'm glad you sent this. You know, usually one can expect testing to take at least 15 weeks to get the results, and then it can be expected for autopsy reports to be finalized soon thereafter, unless there are factors involved that cause delay. Now, is there something in the Madeline Soto case that's causing delay?
Well, now they're in a whole different jurisdiction. Like you're thinking Florida too. We're thinking New York, mine. Like Florida, Georgia, their laws and jurisdictions and all that stuff are so different down there. And I have witnessed myself in Georgia, Forsyth County, to be exact, because I don't care. I'll call you right out. People have destroyed. Well, I'm just going to give you an example. An under 21-year-old affluent child driving a vehicle crashes, hurts, kills, and the body is cremated and everybody's sad before any blood, DNA, anything is taken. How can that be okay? Yeah. But it happens all the time.
It does. It does. And it's weird. And I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for having a voice in the community. As usual, I always look forward to hearing from you. This is
Thank
insane.
you so much. You are love and light, even though we're talking about disturbing topics. Thank you for taking my call, and just thank you for being you. I appreciate you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you for calling in and being yourself, and again, sharing your thoughts, theories, and speculations with us as we wait for an answer for Madeline Soto. Again, day 10, no arrest. God bless you, ma'am. Stay vigilant.
You too.
Knock your doors. 219-885-9693. Oh yeah, we got the new Stop the Cap edition. That one. I love the new Stop the Cap.
Stop the cap.
520, you're on the show. What is going on? First of all, what is your thoughts on the Madeline Soto case? But again, what is your name also before you jump into it?
Sorry, my name is Crystal, first time caller, so I'm a little nervous.
Glad to have you in, Crystal. Block out the chat. Don't even pay attention to chat. This is just me and you having a conversation. Let me know your thoughts and opinions on the Madeline Soto case. Don't pay attention to chat. This is me and you. Don't be nervous. Just pretend it's just us having this conversation.
Oh, I appreciate it. So I was actually watching, I think their name is Survival something podcast on YouTube. Mm-hmm. They have a really good YouTube channel. The gentleman is, he seems to know his stuff. He's got a lot of prominent, high-profile guests on his show. Anyway, I don't know if this is true, so I'm just going to say this is all allegedly, but I thought I'd point it out. He mentioned that, and I don't know where he heard this from, but I thought it was interesting that I guess the video of the essay that was found, or some of the videos of the essay that was found on Stefan's phone, were videoed by someone else, like a third party. So I don't know if he used a tripod or if it was another person videoing the essay.
Yeah, that's a great question. And a lot of people have been asking that.
Who
was recording what was going on? Was it on a tripod? It's a great question.
Right. And so I think they kind of brought up maybe the mom afterwards. Mm-hmm. Again, this is all allegedly. I mean, that would be extremely awful if that's the case, but it just kind of throws another possibility into the wrench if she was aware of what was going on and she was also partaking in it. I'm hoping to God that that's not the case because I just can't fathom that. But I just thought that was interesting. Again, I don't know where he heard that information from, but he did bring it up. Again, it's a video on his channel that just ended like a couple of hours ago. And it was like in the middle of the conversation when he brought it up. And he usually is pretty credible. But he had heard that the videos were possibly from a third party, like someone was in there filming, which is just awful. So yeah, that's really all I had to say. Short and sweet.
Somebody in there filming. So is he reporting that somebody was in there filming, or is he speculating?
I I don't know. I'll have to rewatch it, but it sounded like he was saying reports are. I don't know where he got that information from. I don't know if anyone from your chat who also happened to catch the stream could verify. But it made it sound like he had heard from a source. So again, I don't know if that's the case. I mean, that seems pretty sensitive, to me. So that's why I'm saying I think it's speculation, but he's a pretty credible YouTuber, just like you. But
I mean, we hear, as a YouTuber, I got to tell you, we hear all types of stuff, but
I know.
could never tell you it's true, because just for the simple fact that I haven't seen it on paper, I haven't seen it come out in any investigation process, so I can't go, yeah, it's true, but we can speculate that. I'll say it's speculation until it's shown a fact. Now, we do know that there was videos in his possession. We know that, but when it comes to was somebody recording it, we can easily speculate that maybe somebody was or maybe they weren't, and we'll never know that answer until it comes to light. I don't feel like that those details would be let out to the public so early, as far as if somebody was filming it, because first of all, if you're telling the public, yeah, somebody was filming it, then you're now tipping off the person who was filming it.
Exactly. And so that really shocked me that he mentioned that, because I find him pretty credible and pretty, like, I don't see him just putting that information out there. But again, I'm also like you. I just have a hard time believing that it was just, leaked like that and it's truth. So I agree with you until we know more. But I just thought I'd mention it. I don't know.
It's
if you
interesting.
heard
It's
of the
very
same thing.
interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible. You just never ever know, especially if she was involved and if she did know about it. I mean, it's just really sad. And then one last thing I also wanted to point out was, I can't remember if it was on the law enforcement gentleman that was on your show a couple nights ago, but I think he had called into another show and was saying, it's going to take a long time for Jennifer to be arrested, if she is going to be arrested, because she has lawyered up. And so I think everyone's like, when is charges coming? When is she going to get arrested? And I think now that she's lawyered up, the police have to kind of start from scratch, so to speak. So they can't talk to her. So things are just going to be really slow because they're building their own case and they're trying to gather that evidence before they can really go down to the prosecutor's office and say, this is the evidence. We have a probable cause to arrest her. So lawyer or not, she's done because we've got all this evidence. We got the warrant, whatever. So I think that's what's happening right now. I think she's still a person of interest, but I don't know that we're going to see an arrest or charges for a while. I don't know how long, but I think because both of them have lawyered up, it's just going to make things just go even slower, unfortunately, because she's not talking. I don't think he's talking. So the police have to just go out there and do grassroots police work, get all the evidence themselves. And I'm hoping it happens sooner rather than later, but I think that's what's taking so long. And I think that's also why they're just being super quiet, because I think they have a bunch that they know that could be very damning. So, I think it's a good thing. I think them being silent is a good thing. I think they're working hard. We just got to be patient.
Yeah. So. We'll see. Well, I appreciate you calling in. God bless you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and opinions with us. And again, it was just me and you on that call. Remember that. No, I'm serious. A lot of good thoughts. I think you made a lot of great points. Thank you for calling in and having the courage to do so and getting through your anxiety. I appreciate that. God bless you, ma'am. I hope you have a beautiful night. Stay vigilant and lock your doors.
Thanks.
We live in a cruel world. 219-885-9693. Let's keep rolling. Again, we are covering the Madeline Soto case. Nothing is coming out except the fact that they just changed their statement about Jenn Soto, but nothing, absolutely nothing. 425, you were live. You're on the air. You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours. Calling in from.
Hi. So I have two things I want to say. I emailed you. So I just watched the grandmother's interview, and it's in Spanish, but somebody translated it. And she said something very interesting. She said that Jenn worked Sunday night, and then she said Jenn called the boyfriend Monday morning.
Bring Maddie to her.
Yeah.
Right? That's because we watched it here a while back, but I'm glad you're bringing this up because barely anybody's brought it up. So what stuck out to you about what Grandma said and more of, just a small little interview that was out there? What were your thoughts on it?
Yeah, so I think she stayed the night at the grandma's house. And then Jenn asked the boyfriend Monday morning to go pick her up at the grandma's house. Because Jenn said she called the boyfriend to have Maddie brought to her. You got to listen to that again. I mean,
yeah, we may have to run it back. And I know it was broke down because she was speaking Spanish, right?
Yeah.
And it was broke down in captions. And I'm pretty sure Jay for Justice is the one who had that and broke it down.
I sent you the link.
Yeah, we seen it. We seen it. Maybe we definitely need to take a look at it again. Maybe we do.
Yeah. Okay.
You said did he do something to Maddie then?
Pardon?
Is that what you said in the email? You said very interesting. Did he do something to Maddie then? It sounds like Maddie stayed the night at her grandma's.
Yep, that was me. Yep.
Now, do you think she stayed the night at grandma's to hide from him?
No, just to stay the night for the party, and then I think Jen was going to pick her up and take her to school on Monday, but she was too tired and asked the boyfriend. I mean, that's in a whole nother scenario. Who knows, right?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, that is evidence tape on that car. It is, and it's allegedly hers. I don't know why though. What would be in this vehicle for, what would be in there?
Right.
What are they checking there for?
Checking it. Yeah. Who knows, right? So I wanted to say one other thing because you were talking to somebody about like how people don't know, that this was going on, and so there was a friend of ours, this guy friend that came to my house. We did everything, excuse me, and all of a sudden I got a call from my friend and said that he killed himself. Wow. And I said, what? And he was abusing his wife's daughter. And so I think, she was going to tell, and he killed himself for that reason. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So, yeah. So, but the mom didn't know. The mom had no idea. So it does happen. I don't know how, there's just some people that aren't aware of things as much as others. Me, I pay attention to everything. So, anyway, that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, the people want to watch it. We'll pull it back up again. I don't mind pulling that interview up again whatsoever.
Yeah, because I didn't see. Only thing I heard about it, and then I went to that other person's website. I mean, group just to watch that. So yeah, if you can play that, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
I want to see what other people think.
Absolutely. I'll play it again right now, right after this phone call, and then open the lines right back up because it's only like a 1-minute video anyway. So.
Okay. Thank you.
God bless you, man. Thank you so much for calling in, sharing your thoughts and opinions with us. Stay vigilant. Lock your doors. We appreciate her. Show love. Stop being a hater. Gotta be willing to listen to other people, Hold on. Let's pull this interview up. I just had it. Where'd it go? Right there. Okay. So, all right. So this is the one they're talking about, or that she was talking about with grandma. And of course, it had to be,
translated. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Jay's for Justice. I have a video of Madeline Soto's grandma doing an interview, except it's in Spanish. So the lovely Diana HB.
Again, this is Jay for Justice podcast. She's been working on this story too extensively, just like a lot of us have been talking about it. This is her breaking down grandmothers, who is speaking in Spanish here, and it's translated. So again, let's check it out. I'll open those lines right back up.
Was kind enough to translate this for us. Let's take a listen to Madeline's grandma. But my daughter worked the night before, Sunday, and it seems she woke very tired and asked the boyfriend to bring her, Maddie, to her. That's the last we know. Is it common for him to pick the girl up? Was it part of the routine? No. It was always my daughter. In the church.
Okay, so it was always her daughter who picked her up. That's what she's saying. Let's go back here a little bit and go over what is being said again.
Ellen's grandma. But my daughter worked the night before, Sunday, and it seems she woke very tired and asked the boyfriend to bring her, Maddie, to her. That's the last we know. Is it?
So she asked to bring what Maddie to her. That's the last we know. Interesting.
Common for him to pick the girl up? Was it? That's the last we know. Is it common for him to pick the girl up? Was it part of the routine? No. It was always my daughter. In the church footage, you can see a girl with a green sweater. She sits in the parking lot and waits. Minutes later, she gets up and heads towards the school. That's the last we know of her. And every day that goes by is worse because one loses hope. After almost 3 days of disappearing, we don't know what else to do. My thoughts are that someone's took her away. I wish we had more from the grandma. This is all.
That is it with grandma. Again, it's just like a 1 minute interview. I don't even think it's fully a minute. I think it's like 45 seconds, if that. And again, shout out to Jay for Justice for translating what she is saying there. Now, she did say that it was her daughter that always picked her. All right, let me open these lines back up. 219-885-9693. That was the grandma interview that the last caller was talking about. And again, she made some points. You know, the grandma says Jenn asked the boyfriend to bring her or Maddie to her. And then did he do something to Maddie? Then it sounds like Maddie stayed the night at her grandma's on Sunday night. And that's what a lot of people are speculating. 856, you're in the mix. What is going on? Talk to us.
Hey.
Yes, ma'am. 5 minutes. The floor is yours. Talk to us. What's your thoughts on the Madeline Soto case and what's going on? What's on your mind on this?
Okay, my thoughts are, my name's Brenda. I'm from Jersey. You do a great job.
Thank you so much.
As the friend, I believe his name was Frank, of Stefan's friend, he plays Warhammer with, said that his thing was Adderall, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, they're saying that Maddie had ADHD. She could have been prescribed the Adderall. He could have been taking that medicine, why he stayed around to get the connection of that meds. His medicine that he had prescribed to him, which was the, was Lunesta? Was that what it was? Lunesta and Ativan could have been given to her. I believe, this is my theory, I believe that she never came home. There was never her in the house. She was taken out in the car, maybe covered at one point when she was seen. Yes, she was dead. I'm sorry, unalive. And that was the way he was able to do it. And I believe the mother knows something. I don't think she physically had any connection with doing anything physically to her with this whole situation. Definitely involved. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you think?
Yeah. Oh, let's see what chat thinks too. Maddie was found wearing green pants. The ADHD was not official. Okay.
Correct. Right.
Okay. I'm seeing what chat is coming from. A sleeping med. The mom knew. Hi, Trev and chat. Welcome, Red Lipstick. Maddie was found wearing green pants. Wow. I don't know. My thoughts.
She had to change of clothes in the vehicle or wherever she was, slept that.
So many of us could be right. There's so many.
It's crazy.
It is crazy.
It's insane. It's sad story.
But it just doesn't make sense though, because the whole Audrey Cunningham case, there was things that progressed so fast.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what's leading me to believe that there's another suspect in this case.
Right. I agree with that also. Now, did the grandmother, she state that she spent the night at her house or where the party was?
No, she didn't say that specifically, but that's what a lot of people are speculating.
Right.
So
allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
Right.
It's all alleged. Pat
Right.
wearing blue jeans, blue green sweater. The mother seems a bit cold to me. Huh.
Oh, she's very, very.
A bit.
She's a strange character in itself.
Yeah. No. So I mean, you do think mom will be arrested here at the end of all this?
Absolutely. I believe so. I believe so.
It's just those, for me, it's the inconsistencies with the, I've seen her at 8 a.m. getting dressed, and then he was seen at 7:35 a.m. And I think she knew she effed up in this interview. You can kind of tell.
Oh yeah.
Her whole entire demeanor, like if
Just
you
have to
watch this
backtrack a little
interview,
bit.
the demeanor switches the whole entire time. It's switching. It's like it gets crazy when they talk about the detective. She starts shaking, and then that's when I think everything within, I don't know whether her and Stephen Stearns had discussed what to talk about with police or the interviewers or not, but she fucked up. She effed up in that interview.
Oh,
Big time.
Big time. Big time. Now, another thing, he didn't live with her anymore, correct?
Who didn't?
Stephen didn't live at the house anymore, at the condo.
That's what I'm hearing. But
right? That's what the friend Frank said.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing, but I don't know. It's like nobody's really talking from that side for me to know. You know, I don't know whether he was staying there a lot, whether he was, off and on going back and forth. I don't know that situation, but I'm interested to know what it is, because he definitely had enough time to be with her to do these things with photos and videos.
Right, without parental supervision.
Absolutely, 100%.
No sense in any sort of parent.
So we know for a fact that he was around her for a long period of time to be able to do this type of shit with nobody to stop it. And obviously that had to be when mom was either at work or out doing whatever.
In bed with them.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Well, you do a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling in too, sharing your thoughts with us as usual. And again, I just don't understand why we're on day 10, no charges. Like day 10, no charges. Nobody's charged. Stefan's not charged. Yes, he's a charge for abusing her, but he's not he's not charged at all within the murder. Now we know he's the prime suspect, but then again, we also know that police are now saying no comment when mom's asked by media or anybody who is reaching out to them. No comment. They're not saying she's 100% not a suspect at this time no more. So that's off the table. Now we're seeing pictures of her car circulating with red tape on it, evidence tape. So what is that saying to us as the public? That says that the police are investigating that mother and that they got a close eye on her at this point, or something's going on. Is there a deal being worked out? I still think back to a phone call from a couple of ago that I got where
I agree with that one too.
And she said, I think that there's a deal being worked out behind the scenes within mom and law enforcement. I don't know that to be true, but it is good speculation at this point.
Yeah.
It is good speculation at this point.
Now, in the chat, I've seen that somebody has said something about the father possibly was doing a interview.
I haven't seen it.
It was a little bit back. I did see that somebody did post, did put that on the messages.
Hold on, let me see. I'm not seeing it yet.
Yeah, it was like back. That's like 10 minutes ago, maybe.
We'll check it. I'll check it. If Dad did an interview, I'll find it if he did.
Oh, I know you will.
We'll find it if he did. And I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much for being a voice in the community. Look forward to hearing from you again. There's going to be more information coming out. We will go over every nook and cranny of that information when it does come out, document by document. So again, thank you so much for being a part of the show, a part of the community, a voice for Madeline Soto. God bless you, ma'am. Stay vigilant, lock your doors, and remember, your opinion matters.
Thank you.
God bless. Shout out to her. I appreciate her calling in. If you want to call in just like her, it's 219-885-9693. What is your thoughts on the Madeline Soto case? Charges, are you pissed off like we are pissed off? 865, you're live. Yes, ma'am. You are live in the air.
First time calling in with you. I've been watching your show for about 3 weeks now, and I really enjoy it.
Thank you.
But I did want to just mention something that I heard on another show today, and I think it's been backed up by the police or whoever in Florida, that they said that all of the evidence as far as the autopsy and the toxicology and everything, it is up to the family whether or not the results are released to the public. If they are a minor and they have given the information to the parents, and the parents said they are not releasing anything.
Interesting. So they're
Mhm.
not going to release what? The autopsy report? What is it?
They said the only way that pretty much you'll know if there is a, heaven forbid, I don't think the little girl was pregnant, but heaven forbid if she were, there could be a double murder charge, but it would never list who it would be. Well, obviously it would be Maddie and a baby if she was pregnant. But the family has complete say-so over what information gets released on their toxicology and autopsy report if they are minors.
Interesting.
And that was, like I've heard it on a couple of different shows, that it was confirmed by someone at the Kissimmee, however you say it, Kissimmee.
Yeah, Kissimmee.
Yeah. Apparently that is a law in Florida, and that is up to the family to, of a minor, to decide whether or not to release the information to the public of what the specifics are. So we may never know. 10 days just seems like a long time.
We'll know about the case. We may never know about the other stuff that is being spoken about, but we'll definitely know about the case, and we'll definitely watch the trial. So we definitely won't be missing much, whether it's a couple years, but we will find out who's charged in this case. We will get PCA documents in this case. We will be able to review those when people are charged with this. So we will. That's what I'm waiting for. Again, that other information and stuff like that. I get the process and the time, and they may be able to release it, but they cannot stop these PCAs and different documentations from the public, us reading and going over it. They can't stop us.
Right. And then, well, they were talking about the you know, them going ahead with the cremation, and that's what brought it up, was how could they do the cremation if the autopsy and all this wasn't already done and everything. And that's when it came out about it being a law in Florida that if the child is a minor, it is up to their family to release that information or not to the public. So, I mean, obviously, if they charge somebody with 2 murders, then you know it's more than one person. But, you know, they don't have to tell anybody anything until, like you say, when it goes to trial.
Absolutely. Or it just comes out the arrest or announced or whatever. You know, we'll be able to get those little reports, which it'll be a long time as little stuff probably comes out and is leaked here, leaked there, like kind of like the Brian Kohlberger case. If you follow that one, it's like little, you get little breadcrumbs, you know, they throw it, it's like, here, birdies, they throw them out to you, and everybody goes crazy for a couple of days, and then it's back to, you know, back to hiding more information.
I do want to say one other thing to you real quick before my time's up, but I live in Tennessee, and I just want you to know that you and a few of the other channels that I do watch are setting more light on the little autistic boy that's been missing for 2 weeks now.
Yes, ma'am.
Than
Sebastian
we
Rogers.
are locally. I mean, that's sad. He's here in our backyard. I mean, somewhere.
15-year-old. They've been searching the landfill for the last couple of days on the Sebastian Rogers case. I don't know. You know, there's rumors coming out about the parents being liars. I don't know that. I'm just going based off of things that I was told. So that's completely all alleged as I say it here.
Allegedly.
Yeah,
but now there is going to be a press conference tonight. It's been confirmed with the bio dad, and he is a policeman in another county. And the reason he made a statement today that he's going to have a meeting or whatever tonight, but he made the statement. The reason he hasn't done it before now is because he's been out looking for his son, unlike the mom and the stepdad that are sitting there at the table.
Having interviews and shit.
Yeah,
Hokey
exactly.
Pokey. Hokey pokey.
So hopefully we'll know more on him when Dad talks.
Yeah.
He seems to be a upright guy, policeman, and you know he's been out looking for his son for 2 weeks. So
this story is I don't know, that something disturbs me about when they go to search landfills, because it brings me back to Quentin Simon and he was
Right.
passed away. Elijah View, we don't know where he's at. They searched
We
the
don't know.
landfill
Yeah.
now, and they're doing the same thing with Sebastian Rogers
And
again.
you
It's
know, they've pulled back from the landfills now, and now they're just like out in midair. They're not doing anything that we know of.
Jenn Soto's.
So
They say it's Jenn Soto's vehicle. Who asked in the chat? But again, yeah, we'll be covering that Sebastian Rogers story. I've
Yeah.
been looking at the details in that one, and that's another one that we will be talking about. And I will have some videos coming out on that. We will towards the end of this live. I will be reading a few articles and going over
And
a few things.
it's sad to say too. I mean, he is autistic. He does have certain medicines he has to take every day. He's been without those for 2 weeks now, so it doesn't look good
Man,
for this
that's
little boy.
scary.
It just doesn't. But
I hope he's found, and hopefully,
I don't know what's happening to the world and our babies, but it's every day.
it is every day. Every day a new story. I seen one this morning about a little girl being found, and I think it was Leisure that shared it. But a little girl was found dead. I don't know, at some type of plant or something. I didn't see the full. I
Oh,
didn't get
it was
to.
in Schenectady. Yeah, I heard this morning the mom was on a GE plant. It is a private factory, and she was in one of their security buildings with just her.
Right.
And she was telling the people that her baby was missing. Well, they found the baby that was dropped, and this was from a policeman. They said that she dropped this baby from the air 8 foot to the bottom of the ravine tunnel thing in the water, and it passed away at the hospital. It never came back. It was already passed, but they tried to revive it and they couldn't.
That is crazy. Wow.
It is.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for bringing light to some other cases, which we will be talking about at the end of this live. Sebastian
I
Rogers,
appreciate you.
Elijah View. I will be giving some
Yeah.
updates on those cases at the end of this live.
Yeah.
I appreciate you bringing them up because they need light too on their cases, and
Absolutely.
I hope they are found. I hope they're found.
I do too. And I hope safely. But like I say, for little Sebastian, you know, he's 2 weeks without medication. So
It's so damn scary.
And I worked in special ed for 12 years, so it's probably not going to be a great outcome for him, unfortunately.
God bless your heart.
Allegedly.
I appreciate you calling up and
Hopefully
shining light on those other
Hopefully
cases.
I
And
am so wrong on that one.
well, I hope I'm wrong too, but I had the same feeling.
Yeah.
Well, and again,
Well, I
thank you so
appreciate
much.
you.
God
Thank
bless you.
you.
Stay vigilant. Lock your doors. Thank you so
You
much for
got
bringing
it.
up. I appreciate you. Shout out to her. Sebastian Rogers, Elijah View, missing right now still. 219-885-9693. We are talking about the Madeline Soto case right now. Date 10, no charges filed. Unlike these other cases going on, which, well, actually, Elijah View, they do have some suspects and people are locked up. Crazy world we live in. 980, you're on the show. You're talking about Madeline Soto. What is your thoughts, opinions, and theories of what's going on in the case right now? Where's your mind at?
Hey.
And can you do me a favor and mute the background? And I'll wait to hit your 5 minutes.
Okay.
I want people to hear you.
I'm just.
You're okay.
I'm just going to go in here. I had seen on another channel that they are saying that her mom Jenn had gone to the church. It was on Crime 1111, True Crime.
Okay.
And also with her mom, it reminds me of the Susan Smith in 1994. She ain't looking directly at the camera. And she had that nervous twitch.
Yeah.
So, and it came out that Susan Smith killed her children. So that's what it reminded me of when I seen that.
So you're saying the mom's interview, this one reminded you of a nervous twitch? The one from where she's shaking?
Yes, where she's shaking and she barely even looks at the camera. She has that little smirk about her.
Yeah, she's veering off. She's like veering off to the left.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a
I
good
do
point.
think she has something to do with that.
And then
because I prayed for
Remember
than
the
my
woman
voice.
who came out on court TV and was like, I'll put my career, the body language expert, she said, I'll put my career on it. She's involved.
Yes, because I watched Susan Smith in 1994. I'm almost 50 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And my daughter was little, like Alex, and her other little boy's name, I can't remember. And she was crying, but she would never look into the camera. And then that nervous twitch, and then, like my husband said, look at her smirk. You know, whenever something was in the background or something, she smirked while she was talking to the reporter.
Smirking.
But they're saying on another channel that they think she was in on it, and she got the green hoodie and went and sat at the church, and then he probably picked her up. And I think they was in it together, because I watched a couple. But Yorn and Kendall Life's my favorite crime YouTubes. I watch YouTube all the time. Pay for TV, then watch free YouTube. So, but I do appreciate you bringing light to this, but I do believe the mother is involved.
Yeah,
I hope I'm wrong, but there's just so much cruelty in this world right now.
It is. It's constant every day. Every day for the last 2 years, I've woke up and seen a different case or missing persons, or it's just constant. It's constant evil going on. And I feel like the only way we can stop it is bringing light in massive amount of numbers and coming together. We'll never be able to shut out all the darkness, but what we can do is make people aware, fight for law change. There's just tons of different ways we can go about it. We got to be better. We can do better as a nation. I feel like we could definitely do better as a nation. This is happening way too often, especially with the predators.
Nobody with your kids. Nobody.
It's the
my
predator
brother-in-law
part.
assaulted my little girl when she was 6 and messed with his own kids and only done 19 months.
That's crazy.
Yes, but I do believe this mother has done something with that little girl. And that GoFundMe page, I've got a friend in Kissimmee, Florida, and she had put on there how a funeral home, I'll send it to your email.
Yeah, they said a funeral home covered it.
Donated their services.
Yeah, I seen it. We pulled it up here and went over that plenty of times. Also, it's update as far as 3/7 of 2024. They said that a funeral service covered the cost, and they ended up closing the funding down.
Yes, because she's probably using it for a lawyer or for his lawyer.
Yep, we definitely pulled that up here too and went over that update. And I was curious. You said you think that they're using that for lawyer money?
Yes, I do believe she's using it for lawyer money. They need to go get that money back.
It says that it's aunt talking though. It says aunt wrote that out, allegedly.
The aunt, I don't know who done it, but I suspect she's trying to help her sister because it's a funeral home done took care of this child stuff out of charity. Why does she need money?
Then you have the $16,000 that was donated to, I guess, used towards a lawyer. I mean, if that's what they're using it for.
Yes, and they had her cremated. It only cost. I'm from Mooresville, North Carolina. It only cost me $1,800 to get my dad cremated.
Bing
so
bang.
It don't cost that much to get someone cremated.
That's a great point. Now I don't know if that cremation rumor is true. I don't know if it's true, so I got to hold it 50-50. But yeah, it is interesting if she did get cremated.
Well, I know that funeral home charioted the services they gave her. That was totally took care of. So
yeah,
it's about $10,000 to bury somebody up here. I don't know in Florida, but $1,800 or $10,000 to $15,000, how much you want to spend on your going out, I guess. Yeah.
Well,
but I do appreciate you, T-REV, and keep it up, bringing light, because this has been going on for years, ever since I can remember. These poor children.
Constant case after case after case after case, and we could name tons of them right now. Tons of them,
but
from adults all the way to children.
That sex ring was over in the Temple way, so I'm saying he could be a part of that too. So, but I do appreciate you. I'll let you go and get somebody else on here, honey. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. God bless you. I appreciate you calling in with your thoughts, theories, and opinions. Your voice matters in the community to me. So God bless you. I appreciate you having the courage to call in and have a conversation with me about this case that I'm not only thinking about around the clock, but hundreds of thousands are thinking about around the clock. God bless you, ma'am. You have a wonderful night.
Yes,
Stay vigilant.
we need to bring God back into this place, and maybe less stuff will happen, honey. Thank you.
God bless you. Keep fighting the good fight. We love it. Let's jump back into a couple things real quick before I open up to the next caller. Again, the disappearance and murder of Madeline Soto. This is something that I was working on, and it's going to come out. But I want to, in a world where innocence should be cherished, the tragic incident has shaken the community to its core as the investigation unfolded. Shocking revelations came to light leading up to the disappearance of a 13-year-old little girl. The senselessness of the murder, and the realization that a young life had been taken away left a deep scar on the hearts of those who knew her. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's article, which unfortunately revolves around Madeline Soto, a bright and promising 13-year-old girl who had been sexually abused for years before disappearing and having her life cut short in a senseless act of violence. Madeline's friends and family described her as a ray of sunshine, always radiating positivity and happiness to those around her. Madeline was known for her contagious laughter and her passion for helping others. She had a heart of gold and would go out of her way to help anyone in need. But what could be the motive behind Soto's unfortunate case? What drove Soto's killer to commit such unspeakable acts? Was it the nature or nurture that molds a killer? Ladies and gentlemen, join me as we explore the twists and turns of this compelling case, seeking to understand what happened to Madeline Soto and the impact it had on those around her. Here is a timeline of everything that we know about Madeline Soto's case. Sunday, February 25th, Madeline Soto's 13th birthday celebration. Madeline Soto turned 13 now on February 22nd and celebrated with her family on Sunday of February 25th, according to her mother. Jennifer Soto spoke with a local channel and explained her birthday memories as follows. She was quite happy. She was quite thrilled. She was just a joyful girl. And she demonstrated that on Sunday, Jenn Soto stated. Okay. When she went to bed, she was so happy. She showed us all of her gifts. Monday, February 26th, last seen. On Monday morning, Jenn Soto's 37-year-old boyfriend, Stephen Stearns, drove Madeline Soto to school. Stearns left her off a few blocks from Hunters Creek Middle School near Peace United Methodist Church on Town Loop Boulevard, approximately a half mile away. It is unclear why she was dropped off at this site, although Sheriff Mina speculated that she had been embarrassed by the car she was in and requested that her mother's boyfriend leave her off there. Tuesday, February 27th, a missing poster release. Soto was last seen wearing a green sweatshirt, black shorts, and white Crocs. She's described as 5 feet, 1 inch tall, and 110 pounds with blonde hair and blue eyes. The Orange County Sheriff's Office launched a search operation for Madeline Soto on Tuesday. Sheriff John Mina said more than 100 individuals, including deputies, detectives, intelligence analysts, specialized staff, and bloodhounds were out searching for the missing teenager. Deputies and Sotos have distributed posters across the region to inform residents of the ongoing search. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement has also added Madeline Soto to its current missing child alerts, classifying her as endangered. According to the FDLE, a minor who was missing under such circumstances indicates that the minor's physical safety is at risk, such as from a predatory abduction or kidnapping. Now, on Tuesday night, ladies and gentlemen, February 27th, suspect in the background, Hannah McKenzie, an anchor for a local news channel, conversed with Jenn Soto via Zoom on a Tuesday night. Jenn Soto stated her emotions as follows. I'm trying to hope for the best, but I'm scared for her, and I want her to be healthy and safe. I do not want her to come back hurt. I simply want her back, no matter what it entails. Stephen Stearns, Jenn Soto's boyfriend, appeared in the background during the Zoom call. We know what was going on there. Now, Wednesday, the afternoon, February 28th, the sheriff's press conference. Sheriff Mina held a news press conference on Wednesday to provide an update on the ongoing search for Madeline Soto. She said, "This is a parent's greatest fear. We can't imagine the pain and anguish that Madeline's family is experiencing," Sheriff Mina stated. "We will not stop until we find her." She further stated that Madeline Soto left her phone at home on Monday, the day she went missing. When officers investigated it, they discovered that Soto had informed her friends that she intended to live in the woods after her 13th birthday, which prompted a search of the forest near Hunters Creek Middle School. We don't know if she's been abducted. We're not sure if she stepped away. She left her phone. She left her phone at home, Sheriff Mina explained. That is why we are putting all of our time and effort into it. We held this news conference in the hopes that someone from the public has seen something. Wednesday night, ladies and gentlemen, okay, February 28th, prime suspect arrested in the case. Stephen Stearns was detained on Wednesday night for unrelated charges in the Madeline Soto case. He was nevertheless considered the prime suspect in the teen's disappearance, as he was the last person to see her on Monday morning. The Kissimmee Police Department is the leading investigation in the collaboration with Orange County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigations Division. When Stearns was transported to the Orange County Sheriff's Office Central Operations, he was interrogated by both Kissimmee Police and OCSO detectives. Stearns asserted his right to an attorney and was arrested. Stearns was arrested and put into the Orange County Jail on charges of sexual violence and possessing child sex abuse materials after investigators discovered disturbing photographs and videos on his phone. As per the investigators, Stephen Stearns had an opportunity to come clean with detectives and help lead them to information about Maddie's disappearance. Sheriff John Mina further stated he loved her loved ones deserve answers, and OCSO and the Kissimmee Police will not stop until we find Maddie. Now, that again was on February 28th. Now we're going into Thursday, February 29th. And again, I just want to give this and go over this for a background. I've been working on this for like a week straight and updating it over and over and over and over again as I go through details and created this. And you will see this in a video format also. Thursday, February 29th, Stephen Stearns arrest affidavit released. Stephen Stearns' arrest affidavit was released on Thursday of February 29th by the Kissimmee Police Department. After investigating, Stephen consented to a phone search during an investigation into Madeline Soto's disappearance. However, he accidentally performed Mr. Factory Reset, as my man Vinny would say. Again, however, he accidentally performed a factory reset.
Stop the cap.
On his phone. On the same day Madeline was last seen, despite the deletions from Stearns' phone, the investigators discovered disturbing images in disturbing videos, and metadata revealed that that part of what they uncovered dated back to as far as August of 2022. My bad, not the 22nd, when Madeline would have been 11 years old. Okay, according to the Kissimmee Police Department records, Soto was a victim of sexual violence, and evidence that implies Stearns was involved. The crime took place at the home where Soto, her mother, and Stearns lived. The affidavit claimed that investigators had sufficient evidence to suspect Stearns of committing an offense of sexual battery. Based on the evidence against Stearns, Madeline's mother, on the other hand, is not yet considered a suspect. As police said, she is not a suspect at this time. And now it is being reported that no comment when she's asked as a suspect. As per some resources, that I've ran across, when questioned about whether Soto's mother had any role in her daughter's death, investigators have made no comments. Thursday, February 29th, body language experts involvement. Now let's check this out. Maybe you've seen it, maybe you haven't, but I had to throw this in here. Again, Thursday the 29th, body language experts were coming out, right? They said Susan Constantine, a human behavior investigator, was interviewed on a local news channel on Thursday to talk about Stephen Stearns' body language during his Zoom conversation with his girlfriend. Madeline Soto's mother, Jenn Soto, Constantine, who has assisted law enforcement in evaluations of high priority cases around the country, gave some insight on Stearns, who can be seen on film fidgeting with his hands and cracking his knuckles. That's a way to release tension, Constantine added. The idea is that tension is one of the 27 areas of concern. points of interest that may lead to dishonesty or suspicious behavior. Constantine went on to say that Stearns is displaying to me suspect behavior and that the mother, she would put her career on the line, that the mother was involved. Okay. That's a behavior panelist or actually a behavior analyst that was on Court TV. Now, here is Friday morning of March 1st. Stearns transferred to Osceola County. Stephen Stearns was moved from the Orange County Jail to Osceola County on Friday morning. Now, Friday morning, March 1st, officials confident about Soto's death. Here we go. Sheriff Mina added that investigators believe Stephen Stearns, Jenn Soto's boyfriend, and the prime suspect in this incident is to blame. Deputies believe Madeline Soto was not dropped off at school on Monday morning and died before then. It was discovered that they had security footage of Madeline in Stearns' car and Stearns moving her corpse in the early hours following her death in Kissimmee. According to Mina, another piece of security footage appears to show Stearns dumping Madeline's school-issued laptop and bag into a dump at the Kissimmee apartment complex at 7:35 a.m. on February 26th, the day she was reported missing. Now, news reports had came out that mom in the interview said she seen her getting dressed at 8 a.m., which would make the 7:35 a.m. consistent with mother knowing that she was deceased or being lost in some sense. Where was your daughter at 7:35 when he was dumping things, off? That was Madeline Soto's. Again, Friday afternoon, March 1st, search operation for the body. And you know that we covered that extensively here. We had the choppers from over above. We were watching it live here on the channel. If you were here, you were here. Friday afternoon, March 1st, search operation for the body. A mass search operation for Soto had been conducted at Old Hickory Tree Road and Nolte Road in St. Cloud soon before 5 p.m. on Friday, as Stearns was last seen in this region between 1 and 2:30 p.m. on Monday, maybe replacing a flat tire, according to the Kissimmee Police Department. Official. Now it says, amid the search, the St. Cloud Police Department and Kissimmee Police Department are actively searching for anyone with a doorbell or neighborhood surveillance video footage from Monday that shows Stearns driving his silver Lincoln MKZ with Florida tag IYL L82 near US 192 Nolte Road in Hickory Tree in St. Cloud. Friday afternoon, March 1st, body discovered amid search. Now it says Madeline Soto's corpse was discovered over a 5-day search for the missing 13-year-old girl, according to officials. The teenager's corpse was discovered along Hickory Tree Road in Osceola County around 4:30 p.m. Friday. Now, during a news briefing, officials stated that the body discovered was dressed similarly, whatever, I can't even say it right now, similarly to Madeline Soto's last outfit. On Friday afternoon, as per the media, a search operation was in progress involving workers from St. Cloud Police, Kissimmee Police Department, the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and the Osceola County Sheriff's Office also. A Kissimmee Police Department official confirmed to the media that the search was for Madeline Soto. Stearns was last seen in this region again between 1 and 2:30 p.m. on Monday, according to the Acapulco, whatever that is, officials at a news conference on Friday. He was driving his silver Lincoln MKZ with a flat tire and is thought to have been replacing it at this particular location. Saturday morning of March 2nd, Stearns' first appearance in court. Now, Stearns missed his initial appearance in Osceola County Court on Saturday, as counsel did not want the court to lay out the accusations. The judge said Stearns will remain in prison. He has not been charged in connection with Madeline's death as of yet, but authorities consider him the prime suspect in her disappearance. Now, here was another social media post. Less than 24 hours after Madeline's body was discovered in Osceola County Sheriff's Marcos Lopez was forced to apologize when a picture of Madeline's body was mistakenly uploaded on his Instagram account and then deleted quickly afterward. The clothing in the photo matches the outfit Soto was thought to be wearing when she went missing on February 26th. According to the Orlando Sentinel, the photo shows a person laying behind a mound of brush. The photograph was shared on Lopez's Instagram account with photographs from a senior citizens event he hosted. The text beneath the photo said, "Great day with our seniors," followed by an emoji of a smiling face with a halo. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement is presently looking into the posted photos, except from a surviving parent. It says expect for a surviving parent. Florida law prohibits the publication of photographs documenting a minor's murder, including photos of films of the minor's body. Anyone who willfully and knowingly does so will be charged with a third-degree felony. However, there is no evidence that the sheriff's office or its employees deliberately submitted the crime scene photo. Following the event, an Osceola County spokesman wrote an anonymous email to a local television channel. The exchanged email states that an investigative photo was unintentionally included in the post. The photograph was immediately deleted. We sincerely apologize for any confusion or disruption this has caused. As with any inquiry, the information acquired is confidential, and any incorrect disclosures will be rectified immediately. On the same day, Nerva Rodriguez, the sheriff's office executive director, posted another photo on her personal Facebook page of herself standing with Stephen Stearns as he walked out of a county jail door Friday morning. If God's love has been poured out over your life, don't let evil keep you from what he has planned for you. A caption over the photo of Stearns and Rodriguez. Now, the conclusion here, ladies and gentlemen, again, let us remember Madeline Soto, a young soul taken too soon. Madeline's memory will forever live on in the hearts of those who knew her and loved her. We must stand up against the violence that took Madeline Soto away from us, ensuring that no more lives are lost. No family should have to endure the pain of losing a child. Her memory serves as a reminder to cherish those we love and to always remain vigilant in the face of potential threats. Together, we can create a world where children like Madeline can thrive without fear. Thank you. That right there is what you will see dropping in general, that the information that I was able to gather and put together on this video. Now we'll open the lines. I wanted to catch you guys up just in case you wanted to hear a timeline of information. That's what I have gathered. If I have something in there missing, let me know. But I tried to stick to accurate facts in the case. I didn't want to go too far off on speculation. So I took a lot of the speculation that's in there out of there until facts come out and show us otherwise, right? I feel like that's important. And my bad, I ain't seen chat in a minute. She said, yeah, he's fake. Yeah, he's fake. 386, you're in the mix. Talk to me.
Hey, how are you?
I am hanging in there.
This case right here. I'm gonna call it. This is what I think. Mom was aware.
Mm-hmm.
She has known about it for a minute, and this girl ended up pregnant, and that was the reason. That was the motive on why she was killed. But mom was 100% aware, and right now they're stacking all the evidence. All the text messages, the locations. It's going to come out in the wash. Mom will be arrested soon.
Yeah, that thank you. I don't know. It's again, there's really not much information out, like when it comes to with what's going on with mom. We can only see from what we know with mom and speculate what we know with mom. We know that she lied in this interview, at least matched up with where Stephen Stearns, what he was doing at 7:35 a.m. So again, it's just showing us that there is an inconsistency there. Whether she lied for him or covered something up for him, I don't know that. But again, I do find that interesting.
Well, when it comes out, remember, you heard it from me. Riri story time. This little girl was in a relationship with this guy, and mom knew.
Mm-hmm.
As crazy as it sounds, I'm just calling it like I see it. But you have is this Indiana? Are you in Indiana?
This is Indiana. Yep.
Okay, I'm from there too.
Or East Chicago. What do you want to call it?
Yep, East Chicago, Northwest Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, just wanted to point out that it'll all come out in the wash.
But I'm from 757, born and raised. Virginia.
Okay.
757, born and
Gotta
raised,
claim it.
Virginia.
I'm from the 312, but
312. I know.
Northwest
Yeah,
Indiana.
312 used to be my old area code.
All right. So that's my views on it, and it's shame on her for allowing that to go on. Too many women allow this stuff to go on. This is happening in so many households. It's very sad, but I can guarantee it. Mom's about to be arrested. That's why she took that $17,000 and hired a lawyer.
Yeah, but all right. So let's do this. Or do we think that her sister is going to make a GoFundMe for her and raise this money and say that it's for a funeral and then really use it towards her sister? I mean, it's definitely not out the realm of possibility, but is that what a lot of you are believing that happened here? Is that her sister, her aunt helped her? Or is this mom just pretending to be the sister? I would feel like she would call her out or at least tell police.
No, this is what people are getting it mixed up. See, because I live in Florida right now.
Mm-hmm.
What happened was the GoFundMe was made way before they said that they were going to do it for free.
Interesting.
Yeah. So just wanted to give you my little 2 cents.
Well, I appreciate you because that's what this is for. That's what this is for. Like again, I've been working on an article and a story that I'm going to be putting up on the channel, the docuseries, and a lot of the information that I just read off to you guys is information that I was able to gather and put into a timeline format so we could further understand what they have and everybody can look at it all at one time rather than it be all spread out all over the place. So again, we will be waiting for information to come out. Day 10, no arrest in this case. Is Jenn Soto involved in this allegedly? We are speculating on things around here. So again, if I say, some things, you don't take them and run to other channels and be like, well, T-REV said this. I'm speculating on certain things and I'm talking.
That.
Yeah, not to you. I'm just saying in general, but we got to, I think it's important to keep the facts in front of speculation because again, we're speculating that they are on mother, but I got to make it clear that she hasn't been charged with no crime as of now. And so is Stephen Stearns. He has not been charged with obviously, murdering her, but we know that he was seen with her body in the vehicle when he returned to the apartment complex at that time. Again, ma'am, thank you for calling in, being a voice in the community. I appreciate you. And we will be following this story extensively around the clock until there is some answers here. So thank you for being a part of the show, calling in, and again, sharing your thoughts. Stay vigilant and lock your doors. Bless her. I appreciate her calling in. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Everybody gets 5 minutes today. I want to hear from you on the Madeline Soto case. 321, what's going on? You're live. 5 minutes. The floor is yours. Talk to us.
Hey.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a theory.
Let's hear it. Just make sure you pause the echo. We'll be good to go.
Hey. I don't hear myself on the thing. Hold on.
I'm hearing you.
Okay.
Well, I'm hearing myself. I'm hearing myself talk to myself.
All right, hold on a second. I'm trying to mute this.
You're good. Take your time. Take your time. I'll hit the 5 when you're ready to talk. I don't want, take no time away from you.
Okay, so here's my theory.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a registered nurse. I taught domestic violence for many, many years. And this has just been sticking with me and I can't let go, even though I've heard all this information.
Yes, ma'am.
Out there. Been on your show for like a week now. And this is what my theory is. And I wanted to put it out there to see if it, like the other viewers, if it pans out.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
So he was abusing her. And she told mom. And when mom went and talked to partner, he said, she's a Lolita. She's the one who came on to me.
Interesting.
Okay. Mom goes back and repeats what he said, that she was coming on to him and kind of like, I don't believe you. I don't know that she, would actually say that, but, and so now she's got nobody on her side. So now she's like, well, I'm going to the police. Now they got to take her out because mom knows about it. He's doing it. They're both complicit in that sense, and they take her out.
Interesting.
And you had a caller like 2 days ago that kind of was talking along this line, but that's what I think happened. And then what I think is going to happen in the wash, as soon as they get enough on the mother, they're going to pull her in, lay it out for her, and say, look, if you come clean, we'll give you immunity. And she'll take immunity, and she'll go to court in his defense.
So that other woman said it the other night. She said it straight up that she thinks that there's some type of deal being worked out. And what if that is the case?
Yeah, I think she's going to turn on him and try to get immunity because they know the police, have the goods on her. Yeah.
Wow. Now, what if it's the other way around and he's saying that she had something to do with it? Allegedly.
No, I think he's gonna. If he says anything, he's gonna say that the girl came on to him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like
a little girl came on to him.
Yeah.
Man, what a weirdo. He's a weirdo.
That's what he'll say.
He needs to be buried
and
under
everything
jail.
She's saying is a lie because she was in love with him and she wanted him and didn't want him to be with the mother. That's my take. And I can't, no matter what I hear, all the talk I hear, I just can't get off that. I think that's really how it went down. And I think as soon as they get her in there and say, look, this is what we've got, she'll turn on him and take immunity.
It's pretty split in chat with your theory. Pretty split. But the evidence is in his phone. Yeah, that's a good point, Sims. It was Sebastian's father that spoke. It's a scenario that happens. Caller know from professional experience. Sadly, so do I, Zoe says. That won't save him. Pizark says. Susan says they took money on the GoFundMe, and who has the money now? Thank you, Marshall. I appreciate the support. Yep, Catherine. Now that we know from mom's Facebook that she works for NYPD, so she's from NY.
Oh my God.
Interesting.
All right. Well, that's all I got. And it's been real interesting following you. I got a free membership.
What? I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, and I'll continue to follow you. You have a real interesting podcast.
Thank you so much. I mean, we just want to provoke the thoughts of others. Don't stay stuck on one theory and then, you know what I mean? Because that's what people do. And I feel like our content creators is the wrong part, is try to push their theory on everybody else. I'll just share with you what I think, and I want to hear what you think that you gathered on your own without borrowing someone else's opinion. See, we don't want to borrow other people's opinions. We want to make up things in our own mind. We want to come up to our own conclusion with our own thoughts. And yes, all of you bring great theories and make me think. That's why I leave space open in my mind, not to just jump on and convict mom and do it before she even has a chance to get in court, because right now she does have no charges against her. I do want to make that clear to the public and everybody listening in the Rev Gang family. Mom has 0 charges pressed against her at this point. Do we think she's sus? Absolutely. And why do we think she's sus? It's because the inconsistencies and lies within this interview that I've been showing right here. It's just those lies that don't match up with what Stearns was seen doing at 7:35 a.m. And again, we got to look at it, hold her accountable until we hear otherwise. And that's that. And I wanted to speak on that. Thank you so much for being a part of this show. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for provoking the minds in chat. That's what I want. I want to hear everybody's theories, thoughts, what you gathered on your own. Thank you so much, ma'am. God bless you. Lock your doors too.
Hey, love, light, and peace.
We love you. Appreciate you. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. Again, we are covering the Madeline Soto story extensively around the clock right now. Until we see damn charges brought up, let up off the gas. People want to let up off the gas. That's fine. I don't want to. We want to see some damn answers. 732. You are on the line. You are live right now. What are your thoughts and opinions on the Madeline Soto case as it stands now? Day 10, no arrest.
My thoughts are that last caller was disgusting, blaming a victim of murder and child rape for her own rape. And it's disgusting that you actually agreed and let the chat agree with her that a child.
You can't control people's minds, though. Like, what? That's the problem. Everybody wants to control everybody's opinions, and you can't just be that. You can't control everybody's opinions and make them think the way you're thinking.
No, you can't control people's minds, but no child is to blame for a rape that happens to them. No child ever asked.
Okay, so who blamed her for a rape? I'm sorry if I missed that. Who blamed her for a rape?
That last caller just said that she asked for it and she led him on and turned him on.
Nah, I thought she was talking about mom at that point. So that went
over
my head.
She
but
said the
again,
little girl.
I think you're misunderstanding because I didn't hear that.
No. I was very much listening to what she said, and I was listening with a group of people, and they also heard the same thing that I heard, and she was blaming the victim.
I don't think so. I think you misunderstood. Go run it back.
No. I wasn't misunderstanding. I heard it very well. And I'm also curious about how
she said that. Yeah, exactly, Amanda. She said that's what he might say. Exactly. You got to listen. We got to listen. We can't. I get why you would be upset about that being said, but at the same time, we got to listen to every word before we jump to a conclusion on what someone's saying when they're explaining their theory. You got to listen to the whole call.
No, she was absolutely victim blaming. She was absolutely victim blaming.
I don't know. I must have missed something for sure. I definitely must have missed something.
I'm also curious how you feel about having pushed the mom's GoFundMe and the mom, when the funeral, paid for the funeral expenses.
You sound familiar. Who is it? Hold up. First of all, you sound familiar. Is this beautiful Messy Ball?
Sure is.
Oh, it is? Okay. Goodbye. 219-885-9693. We don't like snakes over here. Goodbye. But shout out to her, though. Don't call in try to talk to me. No way. I was like, hold up. This person sounds familiar. Don't call into me. Call into y'all show. Not mine. Get the hell up out of here. 865, you're live. Talk to us.
Hey, T-REV.
What's going
on? Mary here. Hey, a couple things. One, bad last caller there. Sorry that happened because nobody's blaming the victim on that ever.
Always got I just hate when people bring negative shit to the floor and don't listen to everybody. You got to listen.
Yeah, that's the
problem. Nobody wants to listen to other people. They just want to listen to themselves. You know?
Yeah, that's not what the other caller was saying at all. She was saying that Stefan was going to use that as his excuse, his sick excuse. But a couple of things I wanted to run by you. One, the tape on the mom's car. The reason why she's got her car back is that her car has been cleared of evidence. She can't get that tape off very easily. She probably didn't even know it's even on there, that they were looking to see if her car had any evidence. They also, if mom was at work at night, they will clarify the mom was at work. They'll be able to see her car at work, I can't say it, collaborate on that, or they'll make, that'll be true. My question is, I know we're all speculating. I know the police have to speculate too. I know they're probably getting mixed a bunch of different stories from mom and Stefan, but I found it really interesting in the interview with the grandmother that she said her daughter, Jenn, told her that she called Stefan and said, bring her back home. Where was she? Was she spending the night with him if she was home?
Grandma?
So, huh? Well, no.
Grandma's possibly?
No. she said she didn't have her. She said that she said if you go back and play it, she said she called and she said I told Stefan to bring her back home. I'm home. She was home in the morning and to bring her back. And that little piece right there, I was just sitting there going, okay, well, then where was she? She wasn't at grandma's because they asked her that, and she said no, she wasn't with me. So then where was she all night?
That's a good question.
So
at work, allegedly, right?
Well, no, I'm talking
Mom.
about a little girl.
Yeah, little girl, but she had to be with somebody. We know that. So was she with Stefan or was she with any of the family members? That's a great question.
Right. Or is that another lie?
It depends, really. I wonder if it is another lie.
It could be another lie because, and the other thing too is that the police department cannot, nor will they, nor should they, between two departments that were involved in this, are going to divulge anything. Prosecutors not going to divulge anything because they really want this case nailed shut for justice for her, and I get that. But I watched a trial the other day where a mom was just telling one story after another, and the detectives were just pulling their hair out with this woman, the 5-year-old that got shot. Anyway, it did not go well for the mom, I'll tell you that much. But anyway, I know that they're going to be working on that. And I do know for a fact, I've collected evidence on rape victims before. And it takes anywhere
I've talked to you before.
Yeah, it takes anywhere from 6 to 12 weeks to get those, to get those things back. Even in a natural death that occurs at home, if there's an autopsy, it can take about 6 weeks. Toxicology can take longer. So whether they divulge it or not to us as a parental right, which I don't know if they would or not in this case, but they're not going to be able to get those results back that quick anyway. And I also heard the reason why they had to go ahead and bury or cremate her was that her body had been in the elements here down in Florida. And after 4 or 5 days, they recommend cremating. And they're not going to cremate unless they have all the evidence they need. I will guarantee you on this case. I will guarantee it. But that's why Mom's got the car back, because they didn't find anything on that.
Oh my goodness. Damn, I done missed all these. This is crazy. I just don't get it. We're day 10. Like day 10, you see this evidence tape. There's people rolling by where Jenn Soto is. They're over there taking pictures. It's circulating all over the place. And then I wonder why, if it's over here in the driveway, why did she leave that red tape on there? I wonder why.
She probably can't, that tape is real super thick, strong, and maybe she doesn't want to pull her paint off, or who knows, maybe she's not thinking, or she doesn't realize it's back there. But yeah, they've cleared that car. She wouldn't have it. If you notice, we know they still have his car. They haven't released that because of evidence. The last thing I wanted to say too is that there's another little girl, 10 years old, out of that Bluentsville, Alabama. A Amber Alert went out last night, and she's missing. And guess what? "Quote unquote," she said to the parents, "I'm running away." Now they're thinking she got picked up for a sex trafficking thing there too in Alabama. So I sent you an email on that if you want to take a look at that as well. But we're just not going to find out anything because they're doing their job. They're doing what they're supposed to do, keeping a tight lip. I know we're all going crazy because we want to see justice for her, but more than anything, I'd rather not know anything than to jeopardize the case until it's ready to go.
Yeah, you definitely don't. We don't want to jeopardize it. I mean, obviously, we know that we don't want to jeopardize it. And we know his ass ain't going nowhere in there whatsoever. This dude is not. There's no chance of him getting out on what they have against him right now, just from what I've seen or what they've shown and explained. And those officers, man, after seeing what they had to go through on that, wow. Just imagine what's going on in their minds.
That's exactly right. Well, and I could tell you from having the law enforcement background, they're saying the same thing. They already had the one picture go out by accident. We don't want to do anything else to jeopardize this ass from getting out. And whether the mom's involved or not, they'll do their due diligence with her too. But kind of like the same thing with the kind of like the same thing with the Kayla Montgomery thing. She pled, and I think Kayla was very instrumental in getting that little girl killed. I think she was just as guilty as Adam. And I think it may be the same case here, but you've got two different people going on. with interviews. And the other thing too is that I found it interesting. People don't realize a lot of times that the police will send the press in to do an interview with people to see what they can just get kind of from the side. And the inconsistency that she told to the public, they can't do anything about. But once she got in behind closed doors and they started questioning her, if she lied, she can be perjured on that. So she's impeding an investigation, whatever, totally different. So I think it was really smart of them to set those interviews up. That's my thought. So, but what do you think?
Right now, I just think that, again, they're going through evidence behind the scenes, whether it be CCTV footage or they're waiting on some autopsy results that could take a little bit longer than normal. I think that they're collecting stuff behind the scenes. I mean, again, as a person who binges nothing but true crime, a lot of the times that I'm hanging out, it's just relaxing, whether if I'm working on music, I'm watching true crime. So when I'm watching these true crime shows like See No Evil and the different ones like The First 48, or just any series that I watch that's hands-on with investigation, sometimes things can take a few weeks, more than a few weeks. I mean, for things to progress and arrest to be made, for the right evidence to be collected. That's what I think is going on. I think that they're patiently doing what they need to do in this case to gather any evidence against mom, if there is any whatsoever, and they're going to take that and then move forward with the murder charges against whoever they believe is involved in this case. That's what I think is going on right now as we speak. I think they're sitting around a table, they're looking at these different the case is so nationwide that you can guarantee you that people have came in with their door or rain cam footage, or not just rain cam footage, but surveillance footage from different stores or that may be in an area. And then you know how many hours go into checking that, especially if it turned out to be something that was premeditated. Imagine how much evidence they need to collect in order to prove their case, because they obviously have an idea behind the scenes right now of what they think happened to Madeline Soto and who is involved. I guarantee they have an idea. And if they don't, they're still investigating it until they put that whole entire theory together and are able to take it to a DA and say, hey, we think these two are the ones that are responsible. That's what I think is going on. Again, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for your thoughts, your opinions, your theories. I still think about if she's going to get a deal or not. I don't know. I think that's a great point you made nights ago. And again, great theories tonight also. Thank you so much for being kind. Stay vigilant, lock your doors, and God bless you, man.
Thank you. Take care.
You too. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. Love it. That's what I think is going on, ladies and gentlemen. I think there's a full-blown investigation getting down right now around the table. That's what I think. I think they're looking and waiting on things to come back, maybe through AT&T or whatever phone, Maddie's phone was through, or mom's phone was through, or Stefan's phone. 540, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Hey, I just wanted to, this is a thought.
Yes, ma'am.
Since they brought up about the her mom, the grandmother, saying that that Stefan bring her. So that's something in this thought. That picture of her did not look very good at all at her birthday party. I mean, she didn't physically look good. Then there was the fact of her talking about going out in the woods, and it's just a thought. Okay, so she's with Stefan. What if she committed suicide? What if Maddie committed suicide? And
it's a great thought.
That's why everything is just, the mother's all over the place. We're not hearing. What if she just had enough? She had just had enough.
And that might be, that's very possible, man. It really is very possible. You got to think she was enduring this pain, and she was 11. So we know, I mean, you're developing at that age, and you know that something's wrong. And maybe that is what happened. I hope not. I don't know.
I hope not either, but because everything seems so secretive, like you say, it should have already, been out about what's happened to her. And, I don't know where I heard, but it's like when they found her, it was just like somebody had laid her there. There wasn't anything, obvious. And I know, she had been strangled or something like that, but I don't know. The other day has just really been bothering me, and I thought about it the other day, and so this evening I just thought, maybe, and it really hurts my heart to think that she would have been pushed that far, because maybe nobody was listening to her. Maybe she was telling her friends. Maybe she was telling people, and it's just like when you watch the interviews with, Stefan obviously appears to be, more trying to be upset. I don't know. There's just something so wrong with this case. But anyway, that's just what I just thought I would bring out to maybe have some other people think about. Thought I'm thinking, and but that's what I think possibly could have happened. She just had enough. She did not look good in those birthday pictures. I mean, I know that she was, when you think about her trailing through the yard and having the streamer behind her, and it's like, see you later. I mean, I know what it could look like if it was all happy and all of that, but this child was under a lot of stress, a lot of, you can't imagine unless you've really been through it. And I have not been through it. So, but I just thought maybe she had just been with Stefan. She got dropped off with him again. She had to endure whatever, if his fact that he had, any type of drugs around and she knew that, or whatever, or even her own, maybe that's what happened. But I appreciate you just letting me get it out, and I appreciate y'all's community.
I think it's an interesting point that you're bringing up there. What if she really did have enough of this, and it wasn't?
Yeah,
Because it's not out. I haven't unheard of a child being this young and doing that. I've heard of as low as 10 years old, even lower than that, taking their own life. And if that is the case here, wow, that'll blow us all away. I think it'll blow us all away.
Yeah, I do too. I just, it's just weird that we don't know what happened to her yet. And I don't know. It's just a weird case, but that thought crossed my mind, and I seeing her picture, like I said, I just thought, I don't know what this, little girl has had to endure. And then to think that her mother said, well, I'm too tired. Have him bring her to me. And I'm thinking, well, where was she after the party? You were working. I mean, even though she said she talked about the presidents and, all this and that, well, that doesn't necessarily mean that because she just said, well, I said good night. She didn't say I love you, happy birthday, or I don't know. A lot of it doesn't sound like we've got enough information about exactly, well, where were they when they were talking, if in fact they were talking. Were they talking on the phone? Were they FaceTiming? She might not have actually been with her mom that night. Because the grandmother said, bring her to, the mother said, bring her to me. So if the mother had worked late and had left her with Stefan, and there the child was again, I mean, I don't know, but that was my thought. I don't want to take too much time, but I appreciate you listening to me. I really do.
You're absolutely welcome. And anytime that you want to call in, you're more than welcome to call in. As long as we can have a respectful conversation, I don't care. I love hearing people's thoughts, opinions, and theories when it comes to any case that I cover in general, but this one too. Like as we're covering it now, I'm again blown away at day 10. No arrest announced, at least, because we know that one. It's just a weird case that I've seen covering since I've been covering on YouTube for 2 years. I just haven't seen anything to this magnitude stretch 10 days when you have evidence of her deceased body being in the vehicle with this man. So again, why he hasn't been charged, I have no idea. And maybe what you just said could be what it is. And I'm starting to think, is that possible? We got to throw that into the mix. Did she have enough of this? Was she going through depression? Did she take her life because of something so horrible that was happening to her? And all she could think is this guy doing what she did, or what he did to her. Yeah, I mean, it's not out the realm of possibility what you just brought up and your theory on that. Do I believe that's what happened? Honestly, I don't know. Now this is making me think, and I appreciate you doing that. Thought provoking. That's what I like. I like thought provoking, and you calling in with that pitch. I've heard it maybe one or two other times, but it's really settling in my head now. Damn, is that really what went on here?
Yeah, a lot of times it's just
she did
simple
this?
stuff. Well, and I see on the screen where it said, well, why would she? And I thought, because I've been thinking a lot about it. Well, how am I going to, but here's what I think about the mother's confused. She's all over the place. It looks to me like they were setting it up, meaning she committed suicide. I think the mom knew, at least she had to have some inkling about her daughter and all this happened. That's just me, because women know things. But if Stefan was doing it, which he was, and she committed suicide, then this looks like a cover-up to me. The mother's involved in the cover-up. She's involved in some kind of cover-up. She's involved in some kind of, because she's all over the place. I mean, so when you think about this being simple, well, what would be a simple accident? Well, she'd had enough. So we're just going to go say, she was taken, like, they all do. Put her out there in the thing. He did not expect his phone, which was stupid. Of course, he's an idiot. He's right up there with idiots.
It's the factory reset.
Yeah. So they were looking for a smooth ride. He didn't think they were going to be able to get that. So, she just turned, we saw this grainy picture, blah, 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 which we don't even know if that's true. But I really do. Things can be very simple. And she may have just had enough and committed suicide. He just put her out there. We're going to just say, we don't know what happened. And because it's a cover-up, she's got too many stories. And of course, we know he does as well. So that's just my thought. I thought out there, the community, maybe, I hope not. I hope, I don't know what. I just hope whatever it was fast or whatever.
Yeah, she did. So she did.
But I appreciate you letting me get it out.
Absolutely, ma'am. God bless you. Thank you for having a voice in the community. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. God bless you.
Appreciate you too.
Stay vigilant.
Bye-bye.
Shout out to her. Good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693 again. What the hell is going on? $805, you're live. What's going on?
Hey, this is Jennifer. I'm calling from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Jennifer from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. You are live on the air right now. What is your thoughts and opinions on the Madeline Soto case?
I'm so excited to talk to you. I just found you today, and I was like, hey, this guy's cool.
Thank
I like
you.
the interactive. I like how we can call in and talk.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that, personally, she might have been pregnant. I don't know why I keep feeling like that. I think if you're messing with a little girl, and what we know has happened based on what the police have told us in the affidavit, so gross, but obviously things were happening, and she was right at that age. So I have a feeling that she might have been pregnant. Also, I heard that the guy, Steven Stearns, he had a problem with Ativan and Adderall and Lunesta, I suppose. So why, maybe she took that, maybe he crushed them up, put it in her cake, she ate it. How do we even know that she knew this was even happening to her? I mean, he could have been doing it while she was sleeping. But as far as the mom, there's no way she didn't know. I think that she was really desperate. And I'm not going to say anything rude about her, but she might have just been wanting any kind of man, just to keep, company. And unfortunately, and I don't know why, I can tell you my mom was married 5 times, which sounds crazy, but no man ever hurt me. My mom was the kind where if they were even, disrespectful to me at all, she put me first. And to this day, now I have a great dad, a stepdad, who did earn his stepdad title. That's not something that you just give your boyfriend, especially if they've been broken up. Like, I don't even understand that either. I heard they've been broken up and back together, and he's renting a room there. And that's all crazy, but no, there's no way. The house was 4-bedroom, 1,470 square feet. Bedrooms were like the size of bathrooms. There's absolutely no way this woman didn't know. And maybe he promised, maybe he was giving her the Ativan and the, I mean, people do whatever for that. Like, if she was on drugs and he was her provider, then on top of it, now Santa gets busted. So my theory on that is that when the cops got the phone, they're like, who are you sending these pictures to? Who's even taking these pictures? If the two of them are in them by themselves, who knows? But so I have a feeling he ratted Santa out, because obviously the guy's got no kind of morals. So he's going to rat somebody out, to get himself a lesser sentence or whatever. And then his kid blows off himself. And it's very sad. It's kind of crazy. I sure hope she wasn't pregnant, but I really do feel like that's what happened and it's going to come out. And as for the mom, I would not want to be her. I could tell you that. I can lay my head down at night and be thankful that I'm a good mom and I stuck there with my kids. I don't have to deal with that nonsense. My kids are grown now. I can move on and do me. But no, like, when you become a mom, when you have that baby in your belly, it is the most amazing feeling, and that feeling only gets stronger with every breath that child takes. And I just can't imagine that if she knew anything, that she could be sitting there with that man behind her. I'm angry. Like, I'm visibly like pacing in my house, like angry. So I can't imagine that she, as a human being, would allow that to happen. But then again, stranger things have happened. So thank you for having me on. I called like 15 times and left a message.
I'm glad you got
you
through.
and was like, yo, you don't know me, but
There's a lot. It's a
you.
lot of people calling, and I get a lot of you have stuff to say, and I love hearing from all of you. Again, you go around, you see all this information on the news channels and all these
Yeah.
different places, and it's like, where do you have
Yeah.
to go to dump this at? Besides chats,
Yeah.
So I love hearing the perspective
Exactly.
when you guys call in, and I know that it
my
could be an
son thinks I'm
anxiety
crazy.
process too when you do call in, especially talking in front of this many people who are listening. And
Well, I have it on mute, and it's just me and you right now,
Absolutely.
So it's like whatever.
Absolutely.
But no, my kids think I'm crazy because I'm like obsessed with these, and it's not just her. Like Audrey Cummings, the girl before her, and it's what was the other one? Oh,
Audrey
Madeline
Cunningham.
Montgomery. Like, what is wrong with these people? It just seems like it's getting worse and worse. And having a child is a blessing. It's a gift. It's something I personally had for. I had to put down a lot of things I was playing with. I had to leave a lot of people I was messing with. And I can tell you today, my son is 18 and my daughter will be 21. She's in nursing school. He just got accepted to go play baseball, upstate. And I'm not perfect, but the one thing I did was I attended their birthday parties. I'm sorry, I'm a worker too, but there had to be a day. If her birthday was on the 22nd, why couldn't, and their birthday party wasn't on until the 25th, why did it have to be on a day the mom was working? I just don't get that. Like,
Yeah, that's
you obviously rearranged a birthday because it was a school day or something, and yet you can't make it on your kid's 13th birthday. Where was she? She was at grandma's. Boyfriend picked her up. Like, what is happening?
Yeah.
So I'm very excited to find out. I'm not excited, but I am unfortunately looking forward to seeing how this little girl passed. It's going to be
Exactly.
hard to wait. But
And why was it concealed?
As far as her killing herself, no. That's not.
No, we got to reiterate back to it, because I started getting into my mind when the last caller brought that up. But then again, if you look back, they said
They're saying
homicide
she's gonna go live in the
investigation.
woods.
They said homicide investigation, and we got to keep highlighting that, because we can think of these
Oh, for
theories. And it
sure.
had me in my mind just now, but someone in chat said, Rev, that's
Yeah.
just not possible, because they said homicide
No.
investigation. And if you look back at it, that's what they say. So again, we do have to take that off the table, because they blatantly do say homicide. And again, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much. I've got to get to. There's so many different people trying to get to
Okay,
right
absolutely.
now, and I
Thank you
appreciate
for
you.
everything you do. God bless you too, buddy. I appreciate you. Keep it up.
I look forward to hearing from you again. Stay vigilant. Lock your
Absolutely.
doors.
I'll be watching it.
Thank
Stay
you for
cool.
being a voice of the community. Shout out to her. We appreciate it. 219-885-9693. We are still going. We are still going, ladies and gentlemen. Rich Buddy in the building. What's going on, Rich? Shout out to you, brother. I too believe she was pregnant. 724, you're in the door. Talk to us. 724, can you hear me? 781, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, T, how are you?
I am doing great, ma'am. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
5 minutes, the floor is yours. What's your thoughts on this case?
I don't know. The mother, she's so sus. Like, I don't know. She's just, in her interview, she doesn't have red eyes. You know, she doesn't seem worried. Yeah, she's shaking because she's shaking her leg. But, I don't know. I mean, women just have to be more careful, you know, about who they bring around their children. You know, it's just, I don't understand, you know, this is going on so much. And I mean, these predators, I just don't understand. Well, you know, there must be something, and this is not an excuse because I think they should be persecuted, you know, to the end. But there must be some sort of like disorder in their brain. I don't know. It just, you know, and she missed her child's birthday party, like everybody has been saying. You know, and then her smirk in the interview, I mean, I don't have kids, but I almost lost a cat once, honestly, and I was like panicking, you know, I don't know. The whole thing is just really crazy.
It is.
You know?
It is.
But I'm so glad that you took my call. I called like 23 times.
It's hard, you know, because when one gets through, I'll put it on do not disturb just so it's not ringing the whole time.
Yeah.
It's annoying in everybody's ear. So I'll put the timer on. That's why I say 5 minutes. The floor is yours. Let it all out. Let all them thoughts out.
Yeah. No. But I just discovered your channel like about probably 5 days ago, and you know, you do great work. I love it.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, I love that you show Vinny too because I watch him.
Yeah, Vinny's good. I like Vinny Politan.
I
like Vinny Politan. Ben liked him. I like his way of reporting, and I'm like that with Nancy Grace too. A lot of people hate Nancy Grace, but I love her way of reporting also. So I'd say those are inspirations. Those are inspirations to, you know, I like both of them. They report great. So, and they bring factual information, and then they let you know when they're speculating, and that's what I like about that part too.
Exactly.
You know?
And you do the same too, you know. You know,
I learn from the best. Got to learn from the best in the field, and also incorporate your own. Learn from the best. I don't you know, I've looked up to a lot of these. Like I watched Nancy Grace since I was about 13. And you know what I mean? So it's like I remember when I was 13, I had a crush on Nancy Grace, watching true crime. Way back in the day. That's back in my heyday though. I mean, back in the day, listen to me, I'm still young, but I'm saying in general, that was a while ago. And I remember watching Nancy Grace in my living room at 13, seeing different, she was covering different cases all the time then too.
Yeah. I don't know, these predators, you know, like something's got to be done. Like, you know, I know you were talking about it before, you know, about maybe having some sort of web page, but it's just utterly disgusting. So I don't know.
It makes you sick to the stomach when you see the details in this case, and then you see that no arrest charges. I think that's even triggering to a lot of the people around the nation who want to know what happened to her and why there's nobody being held accountable for her death at this time, even though we do know that guy is in jail and he's not getting out, and that he's going to be probably facing a DP for just the charges that he's seen alone, because they passed the new the new law in Florida. Did you hear about that? Where they give you the DP for certain things?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've been looking into it a little bit. So
yeah,
he's not going nowhere, right? He's not going nowhere. Is mom?
No.
I don't know.
I don't know either. I mean, I just, it's just totally disgusting. You know, abusing these children, and it's just crazy.
2022 August.
What did you say?
2022 August. That's what I mean. As far as they know back as of right now.
Right. I know. And she was like 11 or whatever.
It's disgusting.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm just hoping for justice. And I really think that, I mean, it is taking a long time. I understand, like, we're all impatient, but, the police, like everyone said, they got to cross their T's, dot their I's. I just want justice for Maddie.
Absolutely.
So.
I mean, that's what it's about. That's why we're all here to see, and that's what we all follow these cases for. For instance, Brian Kohlberger, we'll be watching that trial here on the channel.
Oh yeah.
This one, if I'll be watching this trial on the channel. There's a lot of cases that I follow closely that I'll be watching the trials on. Especially
I'll
ones
be
that we
watching
cover.
you watching them. So.
We'll be into we're going to be into these trials when they come forward, or when they do happen. If there is one in this case, which I'm sure probably there will be. We will see it. And thank you so much for having the courage to call in and share your thoughts with us and be open.
I know. I never did this before, so I was like so excited when you answered.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm glad you got through. Thank you so much again for picking up the phone and not only sharing your thoughts and theories with us, but provoking us to think. God bless you, ma'am. Stay vigilant, and I hope to hear from you again.
Okay, thanks, T.
God bless. Shout out to her. Good phone call. Who was that on the line right there? 219-885-9693. It's still somebody else was waiting on the line. 973. What's going on? You're live.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You were live on the air.
Oh, hi.
How are you doing?
Good.
What's your thoughts with us? Talk to us here. What's your thoughts on this case? What do you want to share with us today? The floor is yours. Run it.
Hi, on the Madeline Soto.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I think that the mom has obviously something to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, unfortunately, a lot of mothers don't have that motherly instinct. So, unfortunately, that what happens with her, like Vandervik is the Timothy's mom. I don't know if you heard about that case, the 15-year-old boy that she starved to death.
Mm-hmm.
The mom and the brother that they starved, and the other cases, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that the mom had something to do with it because of jealousy towards her. Because some mothers do that, unfortunately.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And either she had to do something with it killing her, or she helped them cover it because she loved him and she wants him for her, which now she's not going to have him, obviously, and let's hope that she had something to do with it, that she also goes to jail, because that's where she belongs. And I don't like the grandmother, to tell you the truth. I don't like her demeanor, the way that she spoke.
What were your thoughts on that, on grandmother? And do you speak Spanish? Did you understand her?
I do speak Spanish.
So, and that's and I found it interesting the way you said it. What was off with grandma to you?
Completely disconnected. She's kind of like, she wasn't worried about it, because for what I understood, what she spoke when she spoke to the news, because she spoke to channel 41, I think, or 47.
Yes, ma'am.
She kind of spoke like Madeline was a rebel, and that she would run away and, just disappear sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of, she was like a rebel little girl.
Mm.
And, that's what I took from the interview. And she was all into her hair, just touching her hair, And you saw she didn't even seem upset. She just seemed a little bit upset towards the end of the interview, but just like kind of forcing herself to cry, just like her mom. They seem like they're just forcing, like, I just, gotta seem a little bit upset.
Now, I think that why they're taking long to speak out is because they have to have a solid case, right? Because for him, they do have kind of solid evidence because they have her in his car. But to mom, they don't have probably solid evidence against mom.
And they would have to gather that through whether it be digital evidence or some type of communication of her knowing, because again, the inconsistent statement from 8 a.m. she's seen her getting dressed, and then him discarding things at 7:35 just doesn't add up at all. It just doesn't.
Yeah, they would have to get a more solid case against her.
Yeah,
than
absolutely.
him, because him, they have all those pictures and videos in his phone of abuse towards her. So it's obvious that he did something to her if she's gonna, accuse him of, of telling the police or saying something.
That's a good point.
For her, it's gonna be circumstantial evidence, so they can argue. But they don't have any solid. So I'm guessing they're gathering evidence unless there's something more that they uncovered, and there's more, opening can of worms that I can't imagine.
And a lot of people that I don't know if you heard the Rick call, but I thought that Rick call was a troll, and I still kind of do.
Yeah.
But I'm on the fence a little bit because the words that he said at the end, and a lot of people may not even have made it to the end of that phone call. If you go to the uploaded phone call that I put up on Rick, he specifically said at the end, me and Steven were in a ring, or we were in a fucking ring. That's how he said it. And I was like, what? As I said, I pushed a button, but he said that, and everybody caught it. I didn't catch it in live time. So multiple people from chat, when he did call in and they heard him say that, were like, he just said that he was in a ring with Steven or Stefan.
But that the pedophiles like that, they communicate with other pedophiles. So they communicate in websites and stuff like that.
Right.
And they share the children, unfortunately.
Wow.
So they're in rings and stuff like that. So you never know, because he used to work in Disney, and they look into going into places where they can get close to other kids. So who knows what if they uncover something even, bigger than this.
Yeah, Melissa,
Now,
he did say they were in a ring when he was on the phone. He said, me and Steven were in a ring. I was like, wait, again, he said, me and Steven were in a fucking ring. That's how he said it. Go listen to it. It's up on the channel right now. The Rick phone call at the end. Just rewind it to the end before he hangs up, and you'll hear what I'm talking about, Melissa. You'll hear it right away.
Now, I'm from New Jersey, and I'm following the case. Like every day, I'm checking if there's any updates, because I'm like, I also can't believe that it's been taking so long.
We need to get Chris Hansen up in these Telegram apps. We need to just, if they're using Telegram, JPO, then we need to invade their shit and report it. If pedophiles are using that.
And Nancy Grace, I haven't seen any of her doing any updates on the case, right?
None. On which one?
Nancy Grace.
Yeah, no, nothing.
I haven't seen her because I follow her channel too, and I haven't heard her do any updates on the case either.
But then again, you got to think she's one person and she follows so many different cases that with Nancy Grace, usually she does cover a lot of the cases that we talk about, right? But at this time, you got to think about it. She's also her own person and has her own interest in the case and also works for a company. So I don't know why they're not talking about this case, but she definitely must be locked in or on something else. I'm sure she will speak about this case. She may be just waiting for, an arrest affidavit to come out or whatever. Usually, but you're right, though. Usually she jumps onto these cases and talks about them like she did with Audrey Cunningham. She was talking about that beforehand.
And I'm guessing because, she's a former prosecutor, so they know, probably she knows what they're doing and where they're coming from.
Right.
So that's what I was thinking also today. I'm saying she's probably not talking about it because she knows what they're probably, what they're probably gathering.
Yeah, there are no.
So I'm just wondering that, but I just hope they're gathering enough information, because with, for example, Harmony Montgomery, I'm really upset at the fact that Kayla just came, that she was granted parole.
Yeah, I seen that. That's been talked about a lot the last couple of days.
I'm really, really upset, because I think that, I know that she spoke and, her testimony, they put him in jail. But I think that if she wouldn't have, made a deal with the prosecution, I think they would have both been prosecuted anyway.
Yeah, that case is wild for sure. And I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community.
Thank you so much. I found your channel a couple of weeks ago, and I've been following you ever since.
I appreciate that. And it's about that, Kayla. You know what? I put a docuseries together with 3 stories in it, and one happened to be Harmony's. And right after I released it, it came out that Kayla got, like, as soon as I released it, it came out that Kayla got out. I was like, damn it. But again, at least her story is out there and people can, see it there. And I appreciate you again for being a voice in the community and speaking out on this case.
Thank you.
And thoughts on other cases. I can't wait to hear from you again. God bless you, man.
Thank you so much.
Love and
God
light.
bless you too.
Lock your doors. Shout out to her. We appreciate it. 219-885-9693. The show must go on, ladies and gentlemen. Madeline Soto's killers are possibly free at this time. Maybe one of them is. Does that not scare you that possibly one person who maybe, I said possibly, I don't know that, I'm speculating, could be out there? 941, you are live on the show. Talk to us.
Oh my God. Awesome. I'm so glad I got through.
You got
So my thoughts on the case. Unfortunately, I work with at-risk youth. So I'm familiar with families and things like that. My take on it is, and some people, their feelings might get hurt when I say this. But like I said, I've worked with families like this for a while. It seems like the mom has low self-esteem. I think a lot of people have to understand, a lot of men prey on single moms because they have access to children. How else is a man with no children going to have access to children without it looking weird?
Good point.
So a lot of men purposely seek out single moms, and they don't seek out ones that are like, have it all up together. They usually pick ones with low self-esteem and people like that they can manipulate. Something bad had to happen that night. He had free reign for a couple of years of this little girl. So why would he kill her and stop it just like that? There had to be a reason. I think it was pregnancy.
Pregnancy.
Why? And I know this sounds horrible, and I don't mean this in like I'm condoning it. What I'm trying to say
No, I
is
get it.
There's this guy who has this little girl, obviously free reign of her for the last few years, doing horrible things. So why would he put that to an end? An abrupt end like this.
Yeah, especially a murder at that. Or
okay, mom knows. I don't want to hear it. Mom knows. As a woman that has low self-esteem, like I said, I've dealt with families like this for a very long time. The way the police went through her phone, she's never went through her man's phone. Usually women like that deal with a lot of insecurities. She never went through the phone. You never suspected anything. My take with this and the experience I have with working with at-risk youth, when it is a family member or usually the mother's boyfriend or whatever's going on in that house, 9.9 times out of 10, the mom knows and is aware.
That's a good point.
And the reasons why, it's not that there's some, it's because of their low self-esteem. A lot of people, it's denial a lot of times. They can't believe it's horrible. Do you understand? Like, they can't believe someone that they love is doing this. So it's easier to just look the other way or deny. She's just, the way she comes off, man, I deal with women like that on a regular basis because of my work. And it's just giving me vibes like that. And it's just really sad that I just wish we as women have to do better about who we date and who we bring around our families. We should not teach we always teach our children to be afraid of strangers. No, it's the people we bring around our children.
Agreed.
Most times, like the cases I deal with, I swear to God, like 95% of them is someone they know, is someone their family trusted, or someone they entrusted.
Or babysitter, right? Or like some babysitter that they entrusted.
Yeah, and it's always people, because I'm sorry, the average, and this is what people think, the average thing is not, oh, let me just run to a playground and kidnap a kid. No. That's the movies. In real life, how is a grown man going to get access to a kid? You're going to look weird hanging out in an arcade by yourself. You're going to look weird hanging out at the playground by yourself. So how do you do it? I mean, date a woman with kids. Let me get a job, or, that I'm around children. You need access to kids. So I think we as parents need to start moving better and make, and especially with our little girls, man. Especially with our little girls, man. You just can't trust anybody with them. And to think the mother, I think the mother has something to do with it. I really do. Just the way her actions and I honestly think it had a lot to do with jealousy. The mom had a failed gastric bypass surgery. She's dealt with weight issues, with self-esteem issues. And there's, her daughter getting all the attention from her boyfriend. I know that sounds sick, but these are the people's reasonings that I've dealt with. Oh, my God! And then it comes out to hold up. And another reason, I can speak from experience, not only do I work with children like this, and I've made that my career, I am a victim of abuse. And I can't tell you the weird, dysfunctional dynamic that goes on in a family when that's going on. How people are easily conditioned, how people are easily groomed to look the other way, or just it becomes the norm, and it gets swept under the rug so much that it's like the elephant in the room that no one discusses. So to see this, it's giving me those vibes. It really is.
Yeah. They said caller's on point. So sorry, caller. Everybody's saying sorry. And obviously my heart goes out to you for being a victim and overcoming that, and also putting what you're doing is good work. Remember that. What you're doing is helping others. Maybe help receive.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And
I appreciate you for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And you have a good day. And I wish everyone just be safe and hold your children tighter and just make better choices of who you keep around your children. And not everyone that smiles and acts kind is really kind.
Well, we need you to keep doing God's work too. Keep doing God's work. It helps families. And I appreciate people that serve our country and the people that deal with a lot of the mental health issues in our country, or child abuse. I really look up to a lot of you guys, and thank you so much. God bless you, ma'am. I hope you have a beautiful night.
Thank you.
Be vigilant and lock your doors.
Yes. Thank you.
Shout out to her. Good night to you too. 219-885-9693. I really love people like that can give us a perspective, that work in the field with children, that they may not be something everybody agrees with, but I do appreciate the people who get out here and work. Even the good police officers that are there to do their job, and they don't take that badge and use it as extra authority. They're there to protect and serve the community. Those are the people that we appreciate. 407, what is going on? You were live. Talk to us. What's on your mind about the Madeline Soto case?
Hello. I'm so glad I got through.
Yes,
my name's
ma'am.
Kelly. And I'm actually in Orlando. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Orlando, huh?
But yes, I've grown up in Orlando since I was 13, and Hunters Creek, like 5 minutes down the road from me. And the one thing I can say is that, there's a lot of times like we have, on Facebook and stuff like that in the communities where you hear that like, oh, kids didn't come home from school, but guess what? The next day, like they show up. But I will say that with this particularly, from the moment that I first saw it, like I just had a feeling like that it was really bad. And so I've been following it very closely. I've lived in Kissimmee as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So you're very familiar with the area she was found in?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Like I took my kids to the park, the school over there. My kids have went to, growing up, obviously they're much older now. So I've been following it very closely, especially when they were talking about like the timeline, right? Like when they were talking about that he was seen at the apartment complex in the morning at like 7:37. And then there was a license plate reader coming back from the school at, I think it was 8 something. and then he got to the apartment complex, and then that's when they saw her in the car. So I kept thinking to myself, I'm like, with traffic even at that time, like how is that even possible? So there's lots of things that have been floating in my mind about that, for sure. And with Jenn, the mom, like 100%, like her timeline is way off when she's saying that she saw her at 8 o'clock in the morning, 100%. But one thing that I keep hearing people say that she lied about the last time she saw Maddie. Okay. But what I picked up on as well is that the news station said to her, when was the last time that you spoke with Maddie? What was the conversation? So she gave that, oh, I talked to her, and this happened. And then in the police report, it reads the last time she saw her. So I don't know if there was anything written in the documents that said anything about a conversation that took place that you might know of. Like because that's the thing. The news people specifically said, when did you last speak to her? Because like I could see somebody and not speak to them, right? So if somebody says, hey, when's the last time you spoke to so-and-so? Like, I'm not going to be thinking of the last time I saw them. I'm going to think of the last conversation that I had. But I never heard anything mentioned about, was there a conversation she had with her before she left? I'm not sure.
Yeah, what was it? I wonder what it was. I wonder what the last conversation that she had with her. When was the last time that she really seen her?
Yes, correct.
I do think about that.
I definitely, yeah, I mean, for sure, because they kept saying, oh, she lied about the last time she saw her. Well, the question that the news people asked her, when's the last time you spoke with her? They never said, when did you see her last? Because I'm wondering, had they asked it differently and said, hey, when's the last time you saw her? If the mom would have just jumped to the next morning, oh, I saw her getting ready for school. But they are two different questions.
Yeah.
That jumps out into my mind. But I think we all know, just based off of, I think when it's like, if you have a couple people here that say, well, maybe this or maybe this, it's like the whole consensus of everybody, we all have the same feeling. Right?
Absolutely.
As far as her involvement, or what we assume that is there's some sort of involvement going on. And trust me, the community over here, like, we want answers, right? Like, this is affecting us greatly. It's very sad, and one thing I hope too that this will bring awareness. That's what I'm hoping, that this will help mothers start thinking more, paying attention more to things. But I'm just trying to be as patient as I can be. But definitely going to follow this one. But it's definitely tore a heart in all of us, over here. And not to mention, I can't drive down the streets anymore. Like, I drive past Town Center Boulevard almost every day. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I grew up here. Like, this is my hometown. But to be honest with you, it's like it'll never be the same. It just won't. It just won't be the same.
I don't know. No.
But
so being from that area,
just,
like, are you close to that area now still?
Yes.
Interesting.
I've moved around a little bit, but always in the general area. Like there's many communities by Hunters Creek, which is a community that I grew up in, like right down the street from it, Pepper Mill. There's Whisper Lakes, all different, but it's like everybody's together, like as far as community wise. But yeah. And and another thing too about the video, you know, like that was one thing too when they were interviewing her and she was talking about. It was like it was so specific about. She was like, "Oh yeah, they saw her walking." It was almost like it was confirmation, you know. But I was like, "Wait a minute, no, like that it was grainy. Nobody saw. There was no clarification on that." So I didn't like that either. It was almost like the comments that it was off of fact, but there was no facts there.
Yeah, and then
then
the 8 a.m. that it's just I can't skip past the inconsistency with the 7. He's seen at 7:35 and she's saying 8 a.m. So that again, that makes me think that she had some type of knowledge allegedly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I mean, 100%.
In case it was
to be honest with you,
again, but
yeah,
you know,
my opinion is that she knew, and I think something happened, and they're covering for each other. Like that's just my opinion. I don't know who did it essentially, but I feel like they were both there. Whatever situation took place to cause whatever happened, I believe that they were both there, and you know, he knew that she had stuff on him. And he had stuff on her, being a mother, probably being aware of what he was doing.
Right.
So I think they kind of went in on together. And I saw somewhere today there was a detective that used to work for Florida, and he mentioned that he was wondering how the news people got to have that meeting with her. In his assumption, they didn't call and say, "Hey, we want to do an interview."
Right.
What he was thinking is that the police actually set it up to have them try and get in communication with her and him to try and get some information on the down low, if that makes sense.
Interesting.
But
now I wonder if where'd you hear that at? Because I talked to an ex-officer from Florida and New York for like 45 minutes almost.
Yeah, it was today. It was to be honest with you, I've watched so many. You know, there's a lot of people that have, you know, channels, and I've been just keeping a close eye on everything. But he did say that he worked in Florida previously as an officer, and that sometimes the news people will be contacted by law enforcement, like especially in a case like this, because they don't want to scare them, right? They don't want to throw them off. So he said it's highly unlikely that these people went to the news to say, "Hey, can we do an interview? We're trying to find our daughter." That it's a possibility that the police were like, let's get any type of information that we can, but to not throw them off, which I think if that was the case was a huge smart move on their part.
Yeah, that is I wonder if that's because we talked about a lot of things, and that's actually something that I asked that ex-Florida officer, is that I asked them straight up, I said, why would WFTV 9 say that that the interview that they did is inconsistent with the story that she gave to law enforcement? Why would that be reported? That's what I asked them. Maybe that's the interview you're talking about, because we had like a 41 to 45-minute conversation about this, and that was one of the questions that I asked.
Yeah.
So I think maybe you're referring to that interview that I had with that guy on the show last time, because it sounds just like that interview, word for word.
I mean, maybe, but if you think about it, was that question, was that like different? It was a different question. The part that got me was when they came out and they said on the affidavit that she said to the police that she saw her at 8 a.m. You know, because I feel that when the news was saying, oh, that we have conflicting information on the last time she saw her, but let's remember the question that they asked her, when's the last time you spoke with her?
Right.
In the affidavit, the police say the last time the mother saw her was 8 a.m. when she was getting ready for school. That's not conflicting. Maybe she didn't have a conversation with her in the morning. Maybe she just saw her getting ready.
Yeah, the one,
or
that interview you're talking about is the one I did, because I asked that. I was thinking of every like little thing. I was like, so what do you think is going on if, you know, this is I was just asking different things that we would think of, and gathering questions for him to, you know, to see. I was like, I asked him about the red tape on this car. I was digging. I was like, so could you let the people
that's the
know?
red tape.
I said, could you let the people know why they would have red tape on here? So I asked him that, and then I told him to fill everybody back in. You know what I mean? That was a very good, honest, thought-provoking conversation with a former officer, a real former officer that is from, he's worked in the NYPD in New York, and he's worked in Florida. I appreciate him actually calling up and giving us some perspective of what is going on or possibly going on in the investigation right now. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much for your opinions, your thoughts, your theories. We appreciate you. Keep being a voice in the community. Anytime the lines are open, you're more than welcome to call in. Have a beautiful night. Lock your doors and stay vigilant.
Thank you.
Shout out to her. I appreciate it. 219-885-9693. Again, we are covering the Madeline Soto case extensively. 219. Call it up. Wow. Chain tonight. 772. I'm on with you. Talk to me. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm
You
a
were live.
repeat. This is Ladybug Lady.
Ladybug Lady.
A repeat caller. Yeah.
You're gonna bring me some luck tonight, huh? I love it.
Oh yeah.
I love it. What do you? You must be about to bring a good conversation to the floor too, with the name Ladybug. Talk to us, Madeline Soto. Day 10, no arrest. What is going on? Talk to us.
Well, I have been watched so many videos from everywhere. I don't even know everybody's. Definitely all yours. I found you with the Spidey guy, where you was live for like 18 hours. I was with you for about 17.
Cavalcante.
Yeah. Well, so in binge watching this, some things came out. There was one that one of his friends was on a live, called in. Don't know if it's true, but he was saying that the relationship between the mama and Stefan is a very, how do I say this appropriately, intimate, open relationship. And that the things that they did, now this was on somebody's live, I don't know if it's fact, and I don't know if this man that called in is his real friend, but in that way, thinking about this would kind of make sense to me. If she had different desires and he did, and they were open, and then the daughter's involved in some way, because why didn't mama report this for 2 years? Why? Maybe to her, it's not molestation, it's not SA, because it's just part of what they do. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there because I can't wrap my mind around why mama didn't report this. She had to have known. As a victim of this, yeah, the mamas know, but it doesn't always mean the mamas do anything. In my situation, back in my day, y'all didn't report that, and it wasn't called SA. It was called molestation, and that was not talked about. It wasn't dealt with. It was just, you ignored it, and you went on about your life. Well, it is what it is. So I just can't understand. So she worked all night. This is my thinking. He killed her in the middle of the night, Maddie. God bless her. God rest her soul. And they're saying that they think he moved, the police said that early morning hours. Well, early morning to me is 3 to 4 a.m. that he moves the body. I'm here in Florida, been here forever and a day. But in the country, in the wooded areas where she was found, there's a lot of things called trail cams that people own that property, and they keep those cams up for multiple reasons. Okay? So I'm thinking, okay, maybe somebody found something on that, seeing him doing something or relocating her. But at 7:35, he gets rid of the backpack and the laptop. Mama's is going to be home around 8. This is just my theories. So he's back to Mama's house. They had their conversations. She knows. Mama knows.
And they had all day to come up with these inconsistent stories. That's why their interviews seem so rehearsed. Because when was the first time they talked to police? Nighttime, right? Evening. So they had all day to figure out what they was going to say. I don't know that Mama was involved in the actual killing thing. I don't know. There's not enough evidence or facts coming out, which, by the way, you have done a great job of bringing all these facts together.
We got to separate the speculation to the facts. That's important to keep the facts on the front, and then we could talk speculation, but we got to make it clear so people don't think that it's
right
concrete.
Because I keep saying every live that I've watched, and it's been binging for 4 or 5 days now, that it's not what you think you know. It's what you can prove in a court of law. They can't go in there with speculation. They got to have facts that lines everybody up. Why they went through her car, I'm assuming looking for any bodily fluids.
Yeah.
Or looking for any.
That's actually a good point.
DNA,
I'm glad you're bringing that up.
Yeah. Why would they go through her car? Well, they have to. They want to see what kind of DNA, what kind of evidence. The daughter's DNA is going to be in there. Daughter's hair, mama's hair, probably his hair. That's going to be in there if they was together. But other fluids shouldn't be in there, especially like blood. I don't know, but that's what I'm thinking. And they got what they needed, returned the vehicle, and it's at, I believe, the sister's house is where the car is parked now. The one that you showed with the tape
the
on
one
it.
that's up right now on the screen, and that's what I was kind of going over is red crime scene barrier tape. It's to establish a dual zone crime scene to protect sensitive evidence. That's what it says. And add red crime. What is this? Add red crime scene barrier tape as an internal red zone within a large security area controlled by standard yellow tape. Establishing a secondary recognizable red zone of security is useful for limiting traffic around sensitive evidence while still maintaining a larger secure area. Evident red crime scene barrier tape is manufactured from highly visible red. Okay, I see what they're talking about though. In general, I just wanted to get to what the definition is of why we're seeing red crime scene tape on her vehicle, on her door in the back. And again, it says yellow tape is often used to indicate caution, hazards, or crime scenes, while red tape is used to indicate danger, prohibition, or imminent safety and or health hazard.
Well, because
so that means that they use a chemical there. Did they use a chemical to light up to see if there was blood in there? Is that what luminol? Is that what was going on?
I'm sure. And evidence, there's a such thing as it's called chain of custody. When evidence is located, there has to be a complete chain of custody all the way through, because when that goes into court of law, the defense can say, well, you broke chain of custody. That evidence wasn't secure. Well, that tape's going to prove otherwise.
Interesting. Yeah.
I do think the mama knows. I don't know if she was involved in the act. And I think the SA business, hate to say it, but I think because of this guy saying that the mama and Stefan, that was their thing. They were his words were kinky, and that's just what they did. It was their thing. That kept them together. They were on and off together for 7 years. So maybe in their eyes, it's not SA. It's part of their beliefs or what their intimate needs are. I have no clue because it's so disgusting. It's hard to imagine it or even talk about it. But, anything's a possibility. Why didn't Mama report it? She had to know.
Yeah, she definitely had to know something. Or she knows something at least. Come on now. But then again, she's not charged with anything. So everything that we discuss here is allegedly until
of course
it's proven that she was involved 100%. So I do want to make that clear. But to everybody that is viewing, obviously we think she's sus. There's about 80 to 90% of us do. And we will be seeing if that lie catches up to her that she left in that interview. Again, that 8 a.m. You can't let that go.
gathering.
You cannot let that slide by. And I appreciate you calling in. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you being a voice in the community. I hope you have a wonderful night. Lock your doors.
You too.
Stay vigilant. Shout out to her. Good conversation. 219-885-9693. Red scene or red crime scene tape. That's probably because they used aluminol in this vehicle. That's what I'm thinking. Did they think her body was in this vehicle at first, investigating her right away? 614, you're in the door. Talk to us.
Hey, I'm a first-time caller.
Glad to have you on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I had a few. What is it? It's my opinions. I think the mother. At first, I thought she was probably being harassed by Stefan, and that took up some of it. But as I began listening to like the people who read your body language and really listening to what's being said, it was like they both had their own. Well, they both had their own version of mistakes in the stories that they were telling. So then I started thinking, well, no, I think she played a part of it because she wasn't crying. Even the grandmother really didn't cry. I mean, I would be a wreck. So I think now that she's guilty. That's why they searched the car. That's a couple things, and then I think Madeline was pregnant, and I got that in the very beginning.
Right.
That's only because I lived through an experience with a family member where the little girl killed herself, and she had told the mother, and it was like the mother didn't believe her. So they were supposed to go to the doctor, and the mother told the father that he was taking her to the doctor the next day, or maybe it was maybe a couple of days that she told him. And then that night before the doctor's appointment, he ended up killing her, and he killed himself. And I believe she was pregnant because they were going to go see a doctor for a physical. That's what the mom said. So that's why I believed that's what happened, because in looking at her birthday party pictures, it did look, when she turned to the side, she had like a pregnancy look to her. So that's that one.
Like she looks pale or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but
it's hard to see. It's hard to see and go based off me just looking, but that's crazy if she was pregnant.
Yeah, but that could be the reason. And then I'm not sure, like the mother could have just like got really upset and killed her because she knew she was pregnant. So that's some of my theories. And what's the last one? The search. Oh, this is the one you keep asking where, why come there's no charges? And my theory with that was, when's the last time you seen the mom like on video?
Right. I mean, I want to say it was this interview I keep showing. That's one of the last ones.
The ones where she had with the media?
Yeah, absolutely. From what we've seen with as far as what media, absolutely.
But how come the media is not like at her sister's house or at her house outside of her gate when she goes somewhere?
Great question. Great question.
Okay,
so
I
was
was
worrying the same thing. You know, it's funny you bring that up because that's a thought in my mind. So I'm glad you're talking about it.
Yeah, and I got that thought from listening to you a couple days ago, and you said that, you know, you was giving a story. I don't remember exactly, but I started thinking, oh, you just kept saying, why is the mother, you was asking all the callers, why is the mother's not charged? Why was the mother hasn't, well, not been charged, but different things. Why has nobody been charged for the murder?
Yeah.
And I got to thinking, and I thought about the Kansas City, and I thought you were going to hit on it tonight. I was like, let me call in. You talked about the Kansas City 3.
No answers.
Right, but you remember what the guy did? He went to a hospital, and you can't talk to them if they're in a hospital. They can't charge her with anything.
Oh my God, you're bringing up some good points here with the Kansas City 3. Oh, Jordan Willis, he went to the
Yeah.
rehab or whatever.
Yeah, we haven't heard any more about him. So
Not
she
one word.
lawyered up. She lawyered up and went to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
So they can't even they can't even re-question her. The police.
Now,
so
is she at the hospital though? That's the
no,
real.
I don't know. That's my guess.
Okay.
Because nobody's seen her. You know, her car's parked at her sister's house.
Right.
That's what I heard. So, and she hasn't, like I said, no media's chasing her down or asking her questions, or she just kind of vanished. And that's what I thought when you said that.
That's a good point.
So, and I haven't heard anybody else say anything about that, but that just popped in my head. I'm like, because that would be great for her, because you know people's been saying she's crazy and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
So she just checks into the hospital, psych hospital, where she's protected. So that's I had to reach out to you and give you my opinion.
And I appreciate you doing that. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. Thank you for sharing your opinions. We'll see how this wraps up. We'll see how it wraps up. I don't know right now. Like I said, I think they're behind in them doors doing some stuff right now, unturning some stones and going through some digital evidence. And sometimes that can take a long time. Just look at the Koberger case where they had, what was it, 50 to 53 terabytes of evidence against that man. So just think about the type of things and evidence that they could be gathering right now and why it's taking a while for something to come out. Because one, they already got the prime suspect behind bars. They know his ass ain't going nowhere. And then for two, if they are investigating her or think she's involved, she's definitely being watched just in case she tries to skip. Allegedly. Allegedly.
Yes, of course. That's the word, allegedly.
Thank you so much again for calling in. I appreciate you.
Oh, you're welcome. Have a great evening.
You too. God bless you, man. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. Let's keep the ball rolling. Justice for Madeline Soto. It's coming. I believe it is. I think the wheels of justice are rolling right now. 724, you're in the door. Talk to us.
All right, 1 second. Turning my TV off. All right, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you loud and clear. You were live.
Hey, T-REV. It's Sean. I called you the other day, and
what's up, my brother?
Story about the girl I knew that went through a situation like this, sort of.
Yes, sir.
So I'm watching today, and I just seen that clip with the grandma. Like, what? That's insane.
So what's your thoughts with that? What are your thoughts when you seen that?
So I'm a little confused. I haven't had as much time to follow this case as much, but I was gonna ask you, like, that guy, Stefan, whatever, he was seen on camera throwing her stuff in a dumpster at like 7:30 a.m. that morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
And mother said on a TV interview that she seen her daughter getting dressed at 8 a.m. that morning.
Interesting.
Is that true? That's what I was asking. Like,
yeah, no. It was said. It was said. And
I'm
then
trying to.
He was seen discarding things at 7:35 a.m., which makes her statement inconsistent if she's already passed away, allegedly.
But this new grandma statement, when do you know like when this was? Because it was Spanish and it was like the reporter. No, it was a very brief segment. It's like, when did he pick her up and take her home? Was it that night, the morning?
Mm-hmm. No, that's a good question, and that's what a lot of people are asking too. I feel like a lot of the story with that specific timeline is really blurry right now, and it doesn't have a lot of facts to it. And I feel like, we're trying to gather them all from everybody else telling the story. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I'm seeing it, and I'm that's why I'm waiting for that full story to surface, so we're no longer running off of the speculation of what we think grandma is saying in that interview and what we think mom is saying or not saying. So we gotta let police piece it together, because I think they're gonna be the ones to really give us the details, the story here in general. I do believe they will be.
I also agree with that caller that said that she speaks Spanish and but the grandma looked kind of like carefree. I felt the same way. Like in that clip, she looked kind of stern and like not upset or anything, right? Like,
yeah, no, she didn't at all. But it's so hard to, when we're going off the interview, this is the reason why I don't believe her. And everybody may have their own reason. And again, I've repeated 30 million times, is the inconsistent statements, the comforting him, not him comforting her, comforting him as if he lost somebody and not her. It was just, it was a wild looking situation. And with the inconsistencies added in with the knuckle cracking in the background, with throughout a few interviews that we've seen with him in the background, the one with the parrot or whatever the bird was saying on the wall, there's multiple interviews where it's just weird. And if you go and look at the body language experts, most of them are saying that she's sus, with one that I've seen that says her actions aren't right, but I believe her. So it's just, when it comes to it, I don't know, man. I'm waiting for those facts to surface by police, because I think police are going to be the ones to tell Madeline's story here. I don't think that we're going to hear it anywhere else. So I believe that they are making sure that they have this story and they have all their ducks in a row. They already had a police officer mess up and post a picture of her body online in a photo. They've already made mistakes. So now they are sitting back and doing everything that they need to possibly make sure they don't mess up anything else. Because it started off bad, believe it or not, for police officers, especially when posting that on there. They caught a lot of smoke from the public, including us over here.
Yeah. It's bothering me so much that their stories don't seem to line up. None of their stories in the times that we know seem to line up. Mm-hmm. And the mother's demeanor really bothered me on camera. And I know everybody acts different in like situations like that. Maybe somebody wouldn't cry. Like, you never know. I mean, it could be that somebody just wouldn't be visibly upset because they're trying to be strong for the interview. But I personally don't feel that way. I feel like she definitely knows something. If she's in on it or not, I feel like she definitely knows something. You know what I mean? And the same with like the grandma's appearance. It wasn't very long that we saw, but I just feel like that wasn't right. When they interviewed him, it wasn't right. I've watched some of the body language people doing like, analysis on it, but not too much, but they think it's not right. And what bothers me the most is that interview was given to a reporter. So how much of that is even going to hold up when it comes time for like court or a trial? Because, oh yeah, I originally said that, but I was just so upset. And I seen her changing the morning before that day. You know what I mean?
Pet feeder. That's right. The pet feeder. That was a pet feeder. Yeah, no, this dude, it's insane. It doesn't, a lot of the details that we do know don't make sense just because what we have seen were lies. Period. Point blank, period. Yeah. That's why it doesn't make sense. That's why we're trying to gather the details from other areas, because from what we were presented within those interviews doesn't make sense. It just doesn't.
Yeah, this case, initially when it came out, I didn't think it would be this deep, and I'm like curious how much deeper it goes. But I heard my timer, so I'm gonna let you get to your next caller. I appreciate what you're doing.
God bless you,
put you
brother.
back up on the screen, and you take care, man.
God bless you, brother. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for having a voice in the community, my man. Lock your doors. Stay vigilant. Shout out to him. Good phone call. That's grandmother's interview right here. Is this, somebody asked to play grandmother's interview? This is grandmother's interview right here.
Except it's in Spanish. Morning, everyone. Welcome back.
And by the way, it's J for Justice. J is for Justice. Make sure you go over there. She's on YouTube. Follow her. She's been covering this story, and she was able to, or she was nice enough to translate this interview for us that do not know Spanish at all. So this is the grandmother of Madeline Soto. Once again, if you're just coming in, you're like, who the hell is this on the screen? Again, the grandmother of Madeline Soto, and it's being translated. We did watch it earlier, but I am replaying it because I see some people asking. So let's go ahead and do that. And again, J for Justice has been covering this story also. So make sure you go over there and subscribe and show some love and support, and check out the content that she is covering on this story also.
To J is for Justice. I have a video of Madeline Soto's grandma doing an interview, except it's in Spanish. So the lovely Diana HB was kind enough to translate this for us. Let's take a listen to Madeline's grandma. But my daughter worked the night before, Sunday, and it seems she woke very tired and asked the boyfriend to bring her, Maddie, to her. That's the last we know.
So again, hold on, I need to hear that back one more time.
The night before, Sunday. Let's take a listen to Madeline's grandma.
Let's go through this
But
again.
my daughter worked the night before.
But my daughter worked the night before. Let's go through this.
Sunday, and it seems she woke very tired and asked the boyfriend to bring her.
So Sunday, it seems she woke very tired. She asked the boyfriend. Okay.
And it seems she woke very tired and asked the boyfriend to bring her, Maddie, to her.
Okay.
That's the last we know. Is it common for him to pick the girl up? Was it part of the routine? No, it was always my daughter. In the church footage.
So immediately, so they essentially, the interviewer was asking, was it common for him to, and she said, no, it was my daughter. Interesting.
Oh, is it common for him to pick the girl up? Was it part of the routine? No, it was always my daughter. In the church footage, you can see a girl with a green sweater. She sits in the parking lot and waits. Minutes later, she gets up and heads towards the school. That's the last we.
Okay, so the person, all right, so from this interview with grandma, which I'm glad we're watching it back, the person with the green sweater goes towards the school. Good piece of information to hear.
See a girl with a green sweater. She sits in the parking lot and waits. Minutes later, she gets up and heads towards the school. That's the last we know of her. And every day that goes by is worse because one loses hope. After almost 3 days of disappearing, we don't know what else to do. My thoughts are that someone's took her away. I wish we had more from the grandma. This is all I could find.
Okay, so there was a Spanish woman also that called in earlier, and shout out to you if you're still listening right now. She said she didn't like grandmother's, what was it, demeanor, the way that she spoke. And it's hard for me to see. I mean, I can obviously see her emotion and you know, her talking on camera, and the quality isn't that great either. But again, it's interesting that she's talking about this person in the green shirt. Hold up. Excuse me. You said prettier than her daughter. BOS said mischief. Thank you. I appreciate that, mischief. Anonymous says, thank you for sharing that. RIP. What? What are you talking about? Hold up. What? What is that referring to? What did I miss something? What is going on in there? That is being scary. We're all lying. What's going on here? Grandma, nice looking woman. Raising Grace says, I think grandma had Jenn when she was very young. Interesting. Heidi Moon, nice to see you. Thank you for coming by tonight. Grandma was young when she had Jenn. Pam says, what parking lot video? For instance, okay, the parking lot video, this one. So there was a parking lot video where they were kind of speculating that it was Maddie in a green sweatshirt. If we listen back to this.
She sits in the parking lot and waits. Minutes later, she gets up and heads towards the school. That's the last we know of her. And every day that goes by is worse. Because
so again, that's the surveillance footage that they were talking about early on. Remember from the church, and then the girl going to the school or whatever. Sal says the last conversation was good night over the phone then, but grandma only knows what Jenn has told her. That's a great point too, Sal. Shelly says, check this interview out. It's Jenn interviewing in Spanish. I've never seen that. Never seen the one where she's interviewing in Spanish. Vanessa says, these are families who don't lose hope for years. Grandma has lost hope in 3 days.
Oh my God.
Okay. Well, I got you. Let me open the lines back up. We can watch more interviews too. I don't care about that. You said she's not crying or even worried. Sweet Vampy says. And you're talking about grandma. The look at grandma. She don't look worried at all here, huh? Sherry Rollins says, I would be beside myself, not even able to speak. Sasha, the footage is grainy. This is bullshit, but I do believe it's translated properly. Shout out to Jay. For sure. 631, what's going on? You're live. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You were live.
Rivera. Okay. I'm watching the video at this time of the night.
Yes, ma'am.
And it seems to be a lot of, when the grandma is speaking, she seems to be repeating the same thing that the daughter was saying.
Interesting.
There is no such video of anybody in church as that little girl in church. She was never in church because she was never taken to school.
Interesting.
Yeah, and the first interview with the mom, I sensed that she was lying. The minute she said, "We took her to school," I knew she was lying. Also, there was an interview with a friend of his, I think the childhood friend or something. I think the name of Ryan or Brian or something. There are two friends that they spoke, and one of them said that the guy was driving his father's car, which was a silver car. Yeah, that's because I've been watching different videos, and that I cannot pick every time somebody speaks. There's certain words that give you a clue of somebody either lying or covering up something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I see here, the guy was taking advantage of the fact that the mother was alone and she was impressed with him and she didn't want to lose him, and he had access to the girl. The girl was probably threatened. She was scared to death to tell anybody anything. Nobody listened. She was on her own. Where is the father, the real father?
That's a good question. Supposedly he was traveling to go down there when all this happened, allegedly, from what I heard, but I haven't seen much of him. I just seen maybe the marriage certificate, and I'm pretty sure that him and Jenn are the same age too, from what I've seen. Now that was allegedly her father, but I don't know.
And that means practically he was not involved practically in her life. That's what I look at it. Yeah, so I don't believe the mother participated in the killing, but I believe the mother is defending him because this guy probably younger than her. Her appearance seems like she let herself go, and having sometimes for us the women, that your ego. Having a man younger and good looking, sometimes even if you put up with abuse, just the fact that you have somebody that pretends that he loves you or whatever, sometimes you put up with a lot of abuse.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of courage for you to put up an abuse and walk away from it, because I've been there, done that, but I made the decision that I was not going to put up with anybody's abusing me, and I walked out. But some women just put up with the abuse, and they get to a point that they cannot get so controlled that they cannot react, and they think it's normal. After a while, it's normal.
What were your thoughts on the grandma? What do you think about her?
I think the grandma is totally innocent. I don't think she is up to date in what was going on in their lives.
That's a good point that you made.
I think she's just repeating exactly what the daughter said in different words, but she said the same thing. There was no such thing. The police never showed a video of that might have been in the church. What kind of parent takes a daughter to school and then she says, "Oh, I'm gonna stay here in the church in here and I'll walk to school later"? No, you don't do that, because if she left at 8:00, the school starts at 9 or whatever. You didn't know what clothes she was wearing. She didn't say, because she was working. The guy had access to her at any time and control her. That's how it was.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Grandma not knowing much or just repeating what was told to her.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that.
Exactly. Let me tell you, if my child is missing, I think I could not read. I don't know, because we know once a child is taken, the odds of you getting it back alive are very, very limited. Because we see this happening every single day.
That's true.
It's the saddest thing, because and you know what, the worst part, that when the police releases so much information about what happened, this and that, that gives tips to the people that are abusing the children to cover themselves and do how to work the next time, how to do it. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Kind of gives you like tips. oof, not next time. Oh, I can't do. Oh, I won't do that because that way they will get me. Little things. That works both ways. It's like a sword, a two-edged sword.
Yeah, this was grandma before. Yeah, she does. Yeah, she looks pissed off a little bit. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, but she's totally like disconnected. She doesn't know exactly what's really going. I don't even. You know what? Sometimes child abuse, because the child doesn't say anything, you don't realize it because the person does it when nobody's looking and the child is intimidated. And there was a time that this never happened that often, but now it's like every day. It's just incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't know. It's just it's crazy, this whole entire story, and
it is the saddest thing because this is continue happening, and this is happening while we're talking about this girl. And a lot of people see things and they just don't say anything for fear, because the thing is, now there is no privacy. There was a time that you could call anonymous and report something, but now it gets revealed and the person fear for their life.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you report something.
That's true.
Yeah, so yeah.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much for being a voice in the community and having the courage to pick up the phone and share your thoughts and opinions with us, ma'am. God bless your soul. I had a great conversation with you. Make sure you stay vigilant, lock your doors, and
Amen.
stay safe, man.
God bless you.
God bless
Have
you
a
too.
great night.
You too. Good phone call. We appreciate her. 219-885-9693. What is your thoughts and opinions on the Madeline case? 541, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, I wanted to clear up some confusion. I figured some stuff out.
Let's hear it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So everyone's confused on, like, where did he pick her up, or why was that going on, or that confusion there. What happened is remember, she was staying at the grandma's because of her party, so she stayed the night there. So the mom was tired and didn't want to go pick her up, so she asked the boyfriend to go get her. And that's why they're saying they seen her drive up to the complex in the car with him, because she was driving back from the grandma's with him.
Good point.
Because why else? They say that she, they seen her and him drive up in the car. Well, why would, if he took her to school, why would she be driving back up with him? That didn't make any sense there, and it was a lot of confusion about that. So pretty sure that that's, that he had to go pick her up at the grandma's in the morning, and then he was bringing her back to the house to get dressed or whatever. And something happened. Or maybe something happened the night before, but they're saying that he went and picked her up from the grandma's in the morning. That's how it's being said. But it's just being confused when everyone's not hearing it completely. But I think that that's what they're trying to portray, that that's what happened.
That's a good point.
Because why else would nothing else make sense in that fact, unless why would he took her somewhere after he killed her and then he brings her back to the house again? That doesn't really make sense. So, and the grandma's saying something about her getting picked up and the mom was too tired to do it. So that makes sense that he went and picked her up, or he was supposed to be there though. So why would he go unless she stayed the night and he left and went home, and then in the morning he went back to pick her up because the mom didn't want to go pick her up. So she did stay the night at the grandma's, because why would he stay the night at the grandma's? So that still makes sense what I said.
Interesting. Ma'am, you're not the police. No, he dumped her stuff and left. Then what? And then came back at 8:19 and she was already passed.
That's possible too. I mean, it kind of crossed my mind. Like, I was really strongly thinking that something happened with the mom, and the mom accidentally, or the mom found her, and maybe what everyone else was saying, she unalived herself as well. That's possible as well. But the way he was acting, I really feel like he genuinely was upset because something happened to her from someone else, and he, now his toy is gone. And I don't really think I feel like he's not the one that actually did it, that maybe she did it. And that his feelings were genuine because, again, he lost something he liked to play with. And a lot of people had the good point that, why would he do it? Unless, again, she, everyone was saying she could have been with child. I don't know. That's possible as well. There's just so much that I don't know about that part. So that's kind of why I was leaving that alone and not commenting. But the part about the grandma and her being at the house, that's what makes sense about that part. But about what they're trying to, I'm not saying that's true.
Yeah.
That the whole car thing, but I feel like that's what they're trying to say, but it's not being said totally, because there's only a little bit said here and a little bit said from this person, a little bit from that person. And it just seems like they're trying to say that she stayed the night at the grandma's.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's really what happened, but then then the police saying that he drove back up to the complex with her in the car, that makes it really, that made it confusing as well, because why would he take to get rid of her, but then bring her back? And I don't know. That seems weird too. But then wasn't there something said about a license plate reader is that who actually saw her in the car as a license plate reader? Is that what was being said, or it's not really said how they seen her in the car with him or how they came to that conclusion? We're just all guessing.
When you look at it, it says specifically that they said when he pulled back up I have to go back and revisit the article, but I do remember like how it was phrased. Now it said that he pulled back up at the apartment complex, but there was some visible camera where they could see where they believed that she was deceased.
Yeah, I think it was that. I think they're trying to say it was that license plate reader or something, and that's what saw his car, because that was brought up that there was a license plate reader. But then maybe that was at the school, though. I don't know. Some of it's confusing where it's not so clear where things happened, or maybe I missed that part. I don't know. There's so many channels to go on and watch this and get all, totally involved with it.
Absolutely.
But your channel's a good one to watch, well, I'm watching on my TV, so to watch and just listen to everybody's theories on it. And it just, you're thinking one thing and then someone says something else. You're like, wait a minute. Yeah, maybe they're right. And it's, you keep, I mean, how many times have you changed your mind? I've changed my mind a few times, like, oh, well, maybe they're right.
Yeah.
I mean, are we ever going to really know? I don't know.
I definitely have. But again, it's all thoughts until I start reading documentation with the story in front of me. It's all speculation until I see those facts brought in front of me. And I'm able to make up my own mind when I look at these facts and start seeing what they connected, how they connected it. And that's what we're looking for. We're looking for those documents to drop so we can go over every nook and cranny of the document and talk about it here live. Not only that, I'll make it full screen. When that document drops, I'm making it full screen, reading every little bit of it, because we want to know, again, was anybody else involved? How long was stuff going on? Obviously, we know that she was being abused for 2 years, but did mom have knowledge? I want to be looking for stuff like the interview. Did that interview play any part into their investigation for them to start investigating mom? Because again, when police came out and said, well, she's 100% not a suspect at this time, now that has changed to no comment, which, I mean, look around. We got people sending us in pictures from them snooping by the house and taking pictures of this red tape being on the vehicle. It shows clearly that mom is being investigated right now. Allegedly. That's what this is showing me. You got the red evidence tape there. Okay, we know they're doing what they need to do. They're turning over the stones. Again, I feel like after that picture was released, they took a little step back and were like, okay, we need to take this behind the scenes and really, calm down a little bit, because this picture should have never got released, of her body being where it was at.
Yeah, that's crazy right there. That, like, in all of it, like, what if the mom ends up, even if, like, what if she, you know, ends up being guilty and all of that, but she can still file a lawsuit in order, you know, over that. That's crazy. That's what's gonna make this story, you know, it's like even bigger and even more sensationalized and all that if that happens. And if she needs money for a lawyer and all that, wouldn't she jump to, you know, a lawyer would be like, okay, well, I'll take your case for this. And, you know, if I don't know if lawyers can cross over like that or, you know, whatever, however it works that way. But what if one was like, okay, well, you know, you can pay, we'll do it, you know, pro bono because you'll get paid from that for this, you know, and I'll get paid in the end, you know. I've had where lawyers did that, where I had like a car lawsuit and, you know, like two things happened at once. And they're like, well, you know, I'll do this and this, you know, both cases. I don't know if they do that, but it's just, the whole thing is just wild. I mean, wow.
What also is wild to me is that when he went into his first court appearance, is that his public or I guess he stressed to his public defender he didn't want his charges read out in front of everybody, but I thought that was complete BS. Like, why?
Yeah,
why? They're reading everybody else's charges off. You don't want the people in the jail to hear that shit because you got to go back in the box with him? What's going on?
Yeah, and he's ashamed. You would have to be a really certain kind of person to just be comfortable with people wording that about you and with other people around looking at you and knowing it's on TV and knowing it's on the news and everyone, your family, you know, you would have to be just, he has some type of, he's not a good person, obviously, don't get me wrong. But he has some type of things where his mind, you know, is working. He's obviously not, you know, a totally, like that other guy that, you know, messed with the other girl, Audrey. That dude, he just looked, you look at him and you're just like, oh, what a mess. This guy, he could hide. You know, like the other guy, you're like, oh, well, why would you let a child around, you know, who everyone's like, who in their right mind would do that? You know, like, why would that kid be there with that guy? This guy, you know, like everyone's been pointing out, the mother probably had low self-esteem. You know, it's possible. And this guy, you know, he's a decent looking guy. Not going to lie. He is. He's a decent looking guy. Some people, when you look at them, you could be like, oh, that person looks evil and all of that. And I haven't really, like, some people, I'm just like, you look at their eyes and you just totally see it. Not that I was like really staring at, I haven't really like just stared at this guy, but some people, you just look at them and you can see it. You get that opinion. You can't help it. Like the guy that messed with, everyone can't help but judge the guy that with the Audrey. People, everyone I've heard judge his appearance. It's hard not to. The eye, you know, just the way he looked, the tattoos, you know, it just happens.
For sure.
You make judgment. And I've heard, you know, people make the same judgment I did about, you know, this guy, Stefan, however his name is. And, you know, he's a decent looking guy, so he can go under the radar.
I mean, yeah.
A lot easier than the other guy.
I'll let y'all make that. I don't judge guys, but I'll let y'all make that decision on that. But I don't know. This dude's a creep. What he's done, I don't know. This is weird. But I appreciate you calling in. God bless you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and opinions with us.
Thanks.
We are waiting for those papers. We're waiting for that PCA to come out. The probable cause affidavit to the arrests that are going to be taking place here, or just arrest in general, which already he's behind the jail. But again, we are looking to see if mom is going to be charged, because again, it's weird that nothing has been set forward. So we're looking for that cause of death in this homicide.
We will all be here to see it. We'll all be there with you.
They said it is 100% a homicide investigation. So let's not take our eyes off of that. I do see some people come in and say, well, what if she took her life? Well, we got to go back to what somebody said in the comments earlier. And I'm glad they said what they said. This is a homicide investigation. It is not suicide or nothing. That's what they said. Go back to the pressers, revisit those pressers, go through it. It says homicide.
Good point.
God bless you, ma'am. I appreciate you again calling in and being a voice in the community. Make sure you lock your doors. Make sure you stay vigilant when you go outside of your house. Make sure you stay vigilant when you're at your house. Again, have a great night. Thank you. We appreciate you. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. I'll take another caller. Let's go. Let's go. It's called grooming and narcissism. Yeah, there's a lot of those out there. 925, you're live.
Hey, what's up, man? I was watching the show and want to say I don't know how that lady could say that he was good looking. That motherfucker's a pedophile.
Bing bang.
I mean, I don't know how anybody could think that guy was looking. It was good looking.
It wasn't gonna be the, it wasn't gonna be the bearer of bad news, but talk your shit.
Yeah, but you know what? Yeah, the mom is a liar. I seen all the interviews. She was in on it, and you could just tell. You feel me? She was sad that dude was gonna get locked up. She cared more about him than the daughter. And I don't even know how anybody's giving this lady money for the GoFundMe. And it's like, you feel me? It's just a whole fucked up situation, man. That's all I gotta say, bro.
It is, bro. It's definitely a messed up situation. Do you think that this mom's involved here, allegedly?
Yeah, I think she's involved because you feel me, like the way she was talking in the interview, it was just like it was all planned. You know what I'm saying? First, he was saying, "Yeah, we dropped her off," and then he dropped her off, and you feel me, like we dropped her off here, and somebody said they seen her walking and stuff, and then she said she seen her like getting dressed and shit. Like, come on, man. Like, I think you feel me, like he killed her, and she knew about it, and they was just trying to cover it up. You know what I'm saying? Trying to, you feel me, like thinking they could get away with it, but shit, ain't no way you gonna get away with this type of shit, bro.
Nah, hell nah. Nope. And he's probably gonna face a death penalty.
Yeah, she's probably gonna go down with him. You feel me?
They should be doing the death penalty on all these dudes, though. Like every single one of these dudes should stop getting slaps on their wrists. I'm not saying he got one on his wrist. I'm not saying that, but in general, there is a lot of people lately, a lot of cases that I've been seeing where dudes have been slapped on the wrist already and then destroy more families after that. So it's like,
getting out like 10 years and they're doing the same shit. Just like, you feel me, looking for the next victim and shit. And it's like, and the thing is, like, I don't know, these women, they're so desperate, so especially when they get an older age, they're so desperate for a man. They don't care about their own kids, you know what I'm
saying?
Bing bang. Yeah, it's like they just, you feel me, want somebody there. And you feel me, like they don't care if the dude's molesting the kids. I mean, obviously, she probably told the mom, you know what? This guy's doing something, you feel me? Because I heard she was working at night, so he probably going up in her room doing that crazy shit, and you feel me? She probably knew about it, you know what I'm saying? But she just swept it under the rug, you know what I'm saying?
Man, that shit's sick to think about. Somebody doing that to such a little girl, man. Anybody in general being violated is a problem, right? But this a little girl, like you're violating and you're taking her innocence from her that she, wants to say maybe for when she's married and she's older and shit like that. This dude, what he did is unexcusable, which is why we've been here every night roaring about this case and waiting for details to come out and somebody to be held accountable, because this isn't acceptable. It makes I'm pretty sure it makes everybody in this chat uncomfortable in their stomach when they go and read the details of what this dude did to her.
Yeah, it's some fucked up shit, like the pictures and shit, like the videos, and
you almost want to go to Osceola County just to get locked up, go in there so I could stomp Steven Stern's head into the concrete. You know what I mean? Like, no, I'm serious. Like, people like this make me sick. They make me fume when you see details like that. It's like, man, good God, if I caught somebody doing some shit like that around me now at the age I am, I feel bad for you, because I'm gonna beat the brakes off your ass and I'm gonna grab the first thing that's around me. Nah, seriously, like I don't, and I understand like people going into the courts. For instance, I was watching a father on this court, what was it, Court Cam? I think it was a show called Court Cam, and the dude, his daughter was getting molested. This dude went and jumped over the edge and started beating his ass in the courtroom. And like, it's like, I can't blame that guy for doing that. I can't blame him for running and jumping over and beating the shit out of this guy.
I mean, if he had the chance, he would have strangled his ass right there, bro. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, but the thing is, like, these women, they just, like I said, bro, they don't care, you know. It's like, I feel like they just, you feel me? They let that shit slide so they can just have somebody to be there with them. They say they get all lonely. They desperate as fuck. I mean, it ain't, you feel me, the kid's fault that, you feel me, you couldn't find somebody. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, it's just a fucked up situation.
It is.
Right here, this shit before, past relationships, and he seen the daughter, and he was like, "That's my next target." And I heard they were only together for like 2 years. So, man,
It should have never got to this point in our country where people are literally jumping over in courtrooms to beat up predators because they're getting smacked on their wrist, bro. The dude that he jumped over and started beating the shit out of only got 8 years. And he ain't even feel the shit was fair. He was mad. He was hooking him and everything. He got over there and got a good couple punches in. But the moral of the story here is guys like that wouldn't have to do that if we didn't keep slapping these people on the wrist and completely just giving them chances over and over again, as if we could rehabilitate these people. It's just not happening. You're not going to change a predator's mind. They're going to continue to hunt kids. They're going to always hunt kids. So why don't you do what you need to do and put these people away for good when they first do it?
Yeah, because they sick in the mind, you know what I'm saying? So it's not like you're going to lock them up for 10 years. They come out, they're going to be a whole different. Sooner or later, they're going to relapse and go back to their, you feel me, sick mind shit and you feel me, look for their next victim, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And the thing is, they giving people out here more time for whooping somebody else on the street.
They do. You're right about
and
that.
And then these pedophiles, like you said, they just slap them on the wrist, say, you know, all right, here, we're going to give you 5 years. Don't
And they're taking child's innocence and putting them through a trauma their whole entire life. They got to go through this trauma their whole entire life. This little fight, this assault and battery, you can get over that. You can get past that, and you could possibly fix your temper and work on your temper. But as far as having a fetish for little girls, you just are not fixing that, or little boys. It doesn't matter. Little girls, little boys, all across the board. It's happening to both sexes. It's happening both worlds. So again, brother, I appreciate you calling in, man. Thank you for your thoughts, opinions, your theories. I look forward to hearing from you again, my brother.
All right, bro.
Salute to you, man. Stay safe. Shout out to him. Good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. We got to put a stop to these predators and stop slapping them on the wrist, because they, again, I seen that dude beat the shit out of the guy that was accused for doing what he did to his daughter for 8 years. A lot of you may have seen that. If you watch Court Cam, you probably know exactly which one I'm talking about. 585, you're live. Can you hear me? 706, you're in the mix. What's going on? You're live.
Hi, Trev.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing well, thank you. Hi, I'm calling from Georgia.
Georgia in the building. Atlanta?
About 90 miles south of Atlanta.
I just asked because I'm a Braves fan. So, I was like, Atlanta? Huh?
Yes, Atlanta Braves for life, for sure.
Always been. Since a baby.
Yes, for real. So the reason I wanted to call in was about the fact that they're not arresting Steven Stearns.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So what about the community that are wondering who actually committed this crime? If they're not arresting Stephen, whatever his name is, like, if they don't truly know who committed the murder, is community still at risk?
That's what I was just saying before. I'm like, what is going on? If there is somebody free, then that person has taken a life or knows or could conceal something else and do it again, allegedly, if they are free.
If they haven't made an arrest in the case of the murder, then the community is at risk, allegedly.
Yeah.
So it feels like the police need to come out and do a press conference to at least advise the community about their risk.
Interesting. You still there? We lose you?
Oh, I'm still here. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I thought we lost you for a minute. I was like, hold up, what happened?
No, I'm sorry. I don't talk a lot.
It's okay. No, you're good. Don't be shy. Don't be shy now. I'm just playing.
I'm super shy.
It happens. It's okay. Now, when it comes to this case, like, what captivated you towards this case and just made you go, damn it, like I need to know everything?
Well, I have a daughter. She's 13.
Oh, wow.
And
That rings a bell.
I'm a single mom, and it's been a very difficult thing to listen to and to follow, but I feel like I have to follow it because, you know, I just feel like the mom in this case has been irresponsible, but yet I don't want to like condemn her either.
Yeah. I understand that too. And I could get that from your perspective of being a mother.
But I would never, ever like invite someone into my home like that.
Is that what, but and that bothers you about this, is that this guy was just freely there?
Yeah, he was freely there, and there's truly something off with him. But mainly, I'm worried that the investigators are not like informing the community if there is a risk outside of Stephen Stearns. Like, if the mom's going free, not that she would be a harm to the community, but could there be another suspect?
Yeah, I definitely think that. Well, outside of mom and Stephen Stearns, allegedly.
Yeah, I mean, could there be?
That's
I
interesting.
mean,
That's an
it's
interesting pitch.
highly improbable, but like if they're not making an arrest on that murder,
Yeah. Could they be investigating further for somebody else? That'd be interesting. That would blow my mind too if it came out of nowhere that somebody else played a part here. That would definitely rip the rooftops off on this case, and people would be blown away for sure.
right? And I know the police don't owe us anything, but they at least owe the community that these people live in to know that the person who has murdered that poor girl has been arrested.
Wow. Interesting. Mm-mm-mm.
Anyway, I just wanted to tell you, thank you for all you're doing, and that's all I had to say.
Well, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for calling in and having that courage to fight through that anxiety, just to get out what you could get out. I understand you're shy. Maybe you'll call in again and feel a lot better. I hope to hear from you again. Thank you for speaking out. We appreciate you, man. Stay vigilant and
Thank
lock
you.
your doors.
Good.
God bless her. I appreciate her calling in and sharing. I mean, it takes a lot of courage to call in, guys. Really, it does. It does. It takes a lot of courage for anybody. And I commend her for calling up and sharing her thoughts. As some people can't get through that. Some people, but I love the people who can fight through that anxiety and call up, and share their stories and thoughts in this case with us. It's touching to me. 313, you're on with me. Talk to me.
Hey, what's going on, T-REV? This is Mike D.
Mike D in the building. What is going on, Mike D? How are you doing tonight?
Same old,
First of
same
all,
old, brother.
long time no hear. See you,
Yes,
though.
sir. Yes,
Hope
sir.
you're doing well. I love hearing from you as always, man. 5 minutes. The floor is yours. What is your thoughts on the Madeline Soto case? What's going through your mind right now?
My honest opinion, brother, I think that because listening to everything, listening to the grandmother, the mother, all that, listening to all the videos, ever since the day that I came on to this, since you started the case, my honest opinion, what I thought was she was throwing stuff out there to her mother, like throwing hints out there. If her mom did not know that she was throwing hints out there about the woods, because where they found her body at, supposedly. And another thing, let me say allegedly, before I even go any farther, because there's stuff that I want to say, man, that I don't want to cause no problems about. But I honestly think that, because he's been doing this stuff to her for years already, that he tried throwing hints out there to her mom. I think maybe CPS or something probably got involved to where they were coming to the house or to the mother's job, confronting her, saying that maybe possibly the school caught wind of stuff and possibly could have got CPS involved. I think that he had already like took her to that house
right
multiple times, because like how in the front, like I remember there was a caller that came on and mentioned about the for sale sign in the front, and supposedly he was supposed to be a realtor. I think possibly that he could have, you know, since it was close by the school, it was easy. It was like a drop off point to her. It was a point for her to go to meet up with him at. That's why she constantly kept mentioning about the woods. And when supposedly, you know, her and her or the boyfriend, I don't even want to mention his name, man, because honestly, guys like that, like you said, and I'm strongly for the First Amendment right, man, freedom of speech, man. That's a sorry piece of shit. No ifs, ands, brother. You're doing stuff like that to kids, man, no matter if it's, you know, if the mothers knew stuff was going on or they didn't. No man on the face of this earth, man, should, oh, I just want to cuss so bad. Like, no man on this earth, no grown man or any person that's over the age of 18, you know, because you have when kids are children, you know, when they're young, stuff happens that they don't mean to do, or, you know, it gets brought out like they were doing sexual things to kids at a young age. But somebody who is 18 and over, man, like, you have no freaking rights in this world to touch a freaking girl or a child or a woman, period. No matter if it's a boy, girl, whatever. Thank God that they got him. Like I said, I honestly think that he's taken her to that house many times, and that's possibly why the mom said that on the video, that, you know, she was always talking about wanting to go to the woods. You know, when she reached a certain age, she wanted to go live in the woods. You know, maybe those were signs, man, that she was trying to get out to her mother, and her mother just didn't catch it until it got to the point where, you know, what was it? They split up for a period of time, and, you know, supposedly he just come back. You know, like I was trying to say in the chat, you know, maybe he could have, you know, with her, you know, him already doing this to her, and he had the videos. Maybe, who knows? Maybe the cops, you know, law enforcement, prosecution, whatever, you know, maybe it had to go to the extent to where they had to do a search warrant and go to the cell phone provider and say, hey, we want you guys to pull up any deleted pictures, text messages, videos, whatever, off of this, you know, this number and this phone, because by law they can do that. If they have a probable cause or suspicion of something, all they need is a search warrant, you know, and you don't even know that. You know, and my thing is that maybe, you know, because he had these videos on there for a while, and, you know, when this, like, if CPS got involved, you know, maybe that's when the mom started really thinking, like, you know, maybe this stuff is true, because he was already facing charges for a situation. Was that Madeline that he was already facing the charges for, but nothing was released about it because she's a minor? You know, and like, you know, and it does, and I know where I live at in the state of Michigan, state law is here, man. Any minor that is under the age of 18, their information, anything, is to stay redacted. You know, it's got to stay confidential. That you can look that up in the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals in the state of Michigan. They state that.
Okay.
And, you know, my thing is, you know, here they split up for a while. Maybe it was Madeline that, you know, he was already facing charges for, and something got worked out, or, you know, talked his way to come back.
Yeah.
And she let him come back. And then at the same time, maybe the mom, you know, by that time, maybe the mom was like, well, you know what, if he's trying to say that he's not this, he's not that, and he's trying to sweet talk me, well, let him come back in, because now I believe the state. Now I believe my daughter. And I think what happened is he possibly deleted all that stuff out of his phone because he caught wind that, you know, the mom really believes Madeline now. And maybe the mom could have been trying to set him up. That's why, you know, in her videos, you know, when she was talking, maybe she was saying certain things to get more attention from law enforcement to do more of an investigation into it. And then and then the guy, his buddy who called in on your stream, I can't remember his name, but when he called in, like you just said, you even said it yourself, when the things that he was saying, like it just blew the whole chat away, man. I was right there in the chat. Like I was even shocked to myself. I'm like, really? You call him a friend and here you're fucking right there next to this man doing this stuff? Really? Could he even be a possible suspect? I just said it in the chat. I honestly think I allegedly, because of the stuff from hearing what he said on the live himself, you're making yourself accessory to the fact that you were there when he was committing these crimes to children.
And again, if you before you say anything else, Mike, I do want to tell, if anybody, you have a kid, you have anybody in your family that is going through sexual abuse, this number on your screen right here, call someone now at 1-800-656-4673. And this is a hotline that you can call in, and it's a national sexual assault hotline, confidential 24/7 support. If anybody is going through anything, you report it to your local law enforcement. Reach out to somebody who may want to talk to you or help you in any type of way. Again, the number is 1-800-656-4673. But Mike, this again, brother, this is it's a sad story, and we keep seeing these type of stories where it's a predator either is not known or he is known to law enforcement. For one, the people like Stephen McDougal, who did what he did to Audrey Cunningham. See, he had a paper trail to enticing a minor. That's one sign right there. And then, according to all the other crimes that he committed, there was signs in that. I'm just sick of seeing these people failed because our laws aren't good enough to stop these people from recommitting these crimes over and over again. It's if you look back in time at predators that are doing this to children, they don't really fix.
No,
they don't really fix. And if they end up not doing something, it's because they can't get around a kid to do something. And if they could slip around a kid for that moment in time to do something, they would. That's the problem. And you'll see some slip by afterwards and then die after being registered. But in general, there's no telling how many families have these type of people have ruined. But Mike, I appreciate you calling in, brother. Thank you for having a voice in the community. God bless you. I look forward to hearing from you as always. And hopefully you can get through again, my brother. God bless you.
God bless you too, man. Love the chat. Love you too, brother.
You too, brother. You stay safe, man.
Right,
God bless. Shout out to him. Oh. Woo. Yeah, you gotta, again, I'm gonna say it again. If you know anybody going through anything, you see some signs, or somebody going through something, they don't want to speak, maybe you can call up this hotline and somebody can convince you to do so. I think it's important for people to speak. This hotline is important. 1-800-656-4673. If you know anyone being sexually abused, of course you want to go to your local law enforcement office and report that immediately. Don't wait no time like a lot of us have. I was one of those people who was a young kid and didn't know the signs at the time of these things happening to me. But I'm glad that it was found out by my grandmother who lived states away, which is why I always talk about that here with you guys, or we'll bring it up every now and then, is if my grandmother who lives in Pennsylvania, who is now deceased, R.I.P. Grandma, miss you, Mima. She just passed away this past year, but she was the one who really broke the ice on me 2 years after being abused by the person who did what they did to me. Now, if my grandmother from another state can notice these signs, then a lot of us should be able to notice these signs, right? And we need to start instilling that in the brains of everybody growing up, that this stuff is wrong. And we also need to start coming for these laws to change. We need to push forward for these laws to change, because it's going to continue to happen to kids across the country, and families are going to continue to get ruined as long as these judges are willing to give deals out to these type of people. It's just not going to stop. So I appreciate all of you guys coming by tonight for this channel anyways. Wow, we were live last night on the second channel. Awesome. I'll tell you, there was some good responses on that. And I'm thinking about doing it again tonight. We'll see though. And then make sure you're subbed over there. We just hit 4K. I appreciate everybody who has been joining us over there, as the sessions have been pretty insane. Hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. You guys know how we end it when we do it every time, but I want to give you guys a round of applause because today was such a good show. And I appreciate all the callers. I appreciate everybody dropping their theories in chat, everybody who shows support. If you're here in general, I don't care if you're a member, a subscriber, I appreciate every single one of you for your thoughts, your input in different things. Also emails. You guys send tons of emails and have no idea how helpful those emails are, especially with certain details or certain interviews maybe I've missed and things that I haven't came across. So I really appreciate every single one of you. Thank you so much. And we're going to continue to fight this fight. This we're far from done fighting this fight. But you know how we end it, though. You know how we end it. Just like this.
Yeah, dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look, dear Jesus, I wanted to change. I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I'll rage when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rep gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn and say,
dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
look, nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same, losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains, give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gets an ass kiss, and you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a team, and now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell, at least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it, I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made
wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one give a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will add up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you. Thank you. Thank
you. You gotta stop doing this.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it cause the law is filling kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victim to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. fell Kylie and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just wanna play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And SF Investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in a lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. Got Sammy on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see you holding skies. It get mail calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? Santa May out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you wanna come and up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog but couldn't find the dirt. I guess that's what they mean by the trucky way. If you step foot in the town you might die from foul play. And I don't know what to say, but I can feel it through my soul. She didn't drive in LA. So y'all can try to go convince somebody else, cause I'm not falling for that shit. The autopsy really smells.
See, let me explain what I'm talking about, man. And you know what I'm talking about. No water in the lungs. Y'all test for the weirdest shit. I guess it is the trucky way.
You gotta stop doing this.
I mean, I really guess it's the trucky way, man. Rodney needs justice. Shout out to AWP for being the only real ones in this situation. And that's sad. There's so many people that care.